Chapter 1: The Arrival of the Infinite Realm Game and the Mass Transit of Humanity. Beep beep beep. Within the villa, Sumubei lay quietly enthebed, an oxygen mask still affixed to his face. Beside him, the life support Maki emitted intermittent sounds, the leans representing Sumubei's vitality showing scarcely any fluctuations. Mubai, if you please don't come looking form, in doing this for you wronged after, you're no different from our cup seat this burnt. Athi Furtoft heaved, a stunning lie beautiful women murmured softly, slowly reaching towards the life support Makeen. It was a viden that intended to disconnect him. Feeling the approach of death, Sumubei sheared recede with anxiety. A sudden car accident engulfed him in this state. Thou had called hard the sounds from the outside world, his body made unresponsive. Driven by an overwhelming will to survive, his fingers twitched ever so slightly. Yet, noon was the rhetor witness it. Liu Ruian's attention was suddenly drawn to the door, which swung open. A young man entered, frowning as she said, "Ruian, Athisher, what are you still hesitating for?" "Is that voice Jashu? What is she doing, he? And what do a state of enmian?" Upon hearing Jashu's voice, Sumubei felt a sinking sensation in his shirt. The ensuing conversation only ignited his fury further. "This guy is an orphan and has gone, you'll be the Zolelegal Hito his fortune." Ash spoke, a glimmer of greed flashed in Jashu's eyes, and head raising the rapid highs arm round Liu Ruian's waist, grinning Gasha declared, "I've waited 5 long years for tis day." 5 years. Do her via Nido how have you spent those years? While Jashu spoke, his hands roamed over Liu Ruian. Charlotte Harris and retorted, "I've seen how excited I get watching my videos with Sumubei." On the surface, Liu Ruian had been Sumubei's girlfriend since the university days. However, in truth, Jashu was her first love. Everything they had in ways a calculated scheme to Sumubei's vast inheritance. To this end, Jashu had gone so far as to create opportunities for them, even orchestrating Liu Ruian's seduction of Sumubei. Finally, after the marriage, the moment of reaping had arrived. Thus, the tragic accident had come to pass. "A mere trivial pastime which you see to injiki tool, don't you?" Jashu remarked, tilting Liu Ruian's delicate tekken, his narrowing slightly. "What's the matter? You're not actually falling for these guy, are you, on our bleto Takishan?" "HMPH, it's not like he have been very effective," Liu Ruian replied playfully, pushing Jashu with a fainted pout. "If I had just run high mover directly, we wouldn't find this predicament. How could have known this guy would be so salient, surviving suckers for wrecker accident?" Jashu scoffed, his gaze sweeping over the unconscious Sumubei, a glint half malice flashing in his eyes. "But today, even if the king of heaven himself were to intervene, his life is forfeit." Ash spoke, Jag Shri Achidut and removed the oxygen mask from Sumubei's face. Liu Ruian Merdena movie tossed off Imshmerly crossed her arms and watched the scene unfold in silence. Mission accomplished. From this day forth, everything this guy and soul belonged to us. Imagining the blissful life ahead, Jashu excited lifted Liu Ruian into his arms and kissed her passionately. "Why the rush? Let's end drums, sharing our space with a cup Sirentia offered off barred luck. Isn't it bickers ERE just too tempting, my dee?" A stir versus fade dead into the distance, Sumubei zeethed Weathridge. It was only now that I realized that these two had been scheming against him from the very first day they met. Yet, at that moment, Sumubei felt utterly powerless. With the oxygen removed, the already faint breath Shetu Query replaced an overwhelming sensation of suffocation. In mere seconds, his consciousness began to blur. Just then, a magnificent portal suddenly materialized in the sky above Blue Star. The most astonishing aspect was that it was visible from an hemisphere. Even in his dire state, Sumubei's mind was flooded with images of the portal. Countries around the old instant la trigadera radar alarms, as if passing a formidable blafo. Then, a mysterious voice echoed from the portal, resonating in them and Su for one simultaneously. "Congratulations, Blue Star has been selected to participate in the Infinite Realm game. The mass transition will officially commence in 30 seconds. A friendly reminder game related information has been stored in your minds. Please record Tachi Lezer." Vice of the world life phenomenon sent Blue Star into a frenzy. I really have information about the infinite realm game and Mimenthai's eyes credible. Mass transition. Everyone entering the game world starting from scratch. I'm so nervous I have no idea hath infinite realm game entails. Theanis hushud benervaus our retho so il firelights. Har, exactly. Unseen infinite realm game a very uneasy on equal footing. After a soft gaming, it's finale or to metashin. I pito away can a powerful innate skill. I'm no tasking for an SS rank, but at least in rank, right? According to the information released with Infinite Realm, the probability for awakening in rank lentis and leaning 10 million better not get your hopers up. Inside of the villa, the impressions of the two conspirators frozen shock. I don't know how to play games. What are we going to do? Liu Ruian's brow knitted tightly, hair expression darkening. Zhao's ear ruptured in affetto rage. I can't believe this, I've plotted for years, and just when I was about to become a billionaire, you're telling me I've tossed from scratch. The notion of a mass transition into a game world weighs a thunderbolt fortitude, harent the brink for acquiring Sumu Bei's entire fortune. The Infinite Realm game had an option for ring a purchases for one entering her to begananu. From the information that had suddenly appeared in their minds, they understood that they had no advantages whatsoever. As long as there is breathe on his body, one canon turth Infinite Realm game. Recalling the information in her mind, Liu Ruian suddenly lifted her head. Could it be that Sumu bacon enter aswell? A flicker of panic crossed her face yet head out. Seeing her reaction, Zhaoza sneered, in his current condition, Evenifito a center held by nothing but a burden. After that transition, their Infinite Realm game would scaniach plus physical data, generating initial attributes with a maximum of 10 points. Given Sumu Bei's current state, his attributes were predictable. Thus, Zhao dismissed him entirely from his thoughts. Now, Hyson lie up wasto or wake a powerfully talent. Ina Hayes, Sumu Bei's incident formation surface in his mind. Their Infinite Realm game. Transition. The suffocating sensation intensified, yet at that moment, Sumu Bei felt taste how he har grasped her final life aline, suddenly filled with hope. Hera lead his last breath, determined to enter the Infinite Realm game. Their tisseconds felt like a neatany to Sumu Bei. What sustained high waste he unquenchable fiery of Russian profound detrick for Liu Ruian and Jiaxu. The events of the pastor played in his mind during those 30 seconds, as if an acrosol. Just as Sumu Bei hung by a thread, the grand portal in the sky finally acted. Buzz? A blinding golden light erupted, and billions of light beams descended from the heavens, enveloping every person and blue star with precision. In the next instant, the beams vanished, and all of humanity from blue star dies are period without a trace. Chapter 2 Since my attributes are lacking, I shall exploit the bug. In a demand desolate world, a celestial outflow tedder midst verd of thest are risky. Sumu Bela within the hole, his eyes tightly shut. Har! The sound of heavy breathing echoed within the celestial owl, signifying that their hate escape darnger, and awakening was merely a matter of time. Welcome, Blue Star player, to the Infinite Realm game, initiating Buddha Tasken. As these systems promptersonated, Agelden Bimo flighty centered from above, sweeping over very inch of Sumu Baskin. Scan complete, generate initial panel. Buzz. In an instant, the golden beam dissipated, and Sumu Bei's fingers twitched suddenly. Then, he abruptly opened eyes, greedily inhaling the air around him. Hathi sai sexual aerial. Isostani Sheger Zero med the surroundings, filled with Thufrik's thrill of aving survived a near-death experience. The suffocating sensation he had just endured stilling it in his mind, leaving him with a sense of funias. Liu Ruian Jiaoshu. Recalling those treacherous individuals, Sumu Bei called Nathelberg Rithistiteninger. Had it not been for the Shems, he would have perished at the hands, and this vast fortune you or Dave be theirs to claim. Yet now, the rival of the Infinite Realm game had granted him a chance for revenge. Next pissed he wakening of Mittelant, I suppose. Taking a deep breath, a fierce glint flickeried in Sumubei's eyes. Let show Pema luck hold sight. Having not opened at Hysius for so long, he felt her momentary disorientation. Fortunately, the colossand lights within the celestial were no blinding. Before he cold were on his sights, these stems prompt sounded once more. Character panel generated, commencing talent awakening. Every player entering the Infinite Realm game will automatically awaken a talent within the celestial owl. These talents ranged from the lowest grade to the highest SS grade, categorized into nine tiers. The game did not specify the criteria for talent awakening, beauty twice avoiding thought a powerful talent twice essential for rising to prominence within the Infinite Realm. Soon, these stems prompt delivered an astonishing surprise to Sumubei. Talent tower incomplete. Congratulations, player, unsuccessfully awakening the exclusive grade talent promotion. Grade. A glimmer effect static in seed in Sumubei's eyes. According to the information provided by the Infinite Realm game, the probability for awakening in greater talent weighs around 10 million. A cold hard lie believe he heard her awakened shook her for midder talents below's grade are collectively reefed to a sword and talents, meaning many players scald awaken identical talents. In contrast, talents above's grade are med exclusive, signifying to have promotion talent weighs unique Sumubei skill minilsa cult replicatite. Promotion in's grade exclusive talent skill taught consumers a portion of lifespan, allowing the permanent enhancement or fan skill beyond a tier. Applicable to skill subto's grade first 3 years as a no cost. Any skill? Sumubei paused momentarily bubber far he called ponda further, these stems prompt tech weed again. Upon entering the game, your identity is the Tofa descendant, please confirm your name in the game. In the Infinite Realm game, Orlan peaks were genuine beings inhabitants of Blue Star Adel being transported to this whaled on digitized by the system. As for the means of returning to Blue Star, their Infinite Realm game remained silent. After some thought, Sumubei declared by ye. Naming successful. Welcome, play by ye to the Infinite Realm game, please select your profession. Buzz. As the words fell, dozens of beams of light descended from above. Each beam contained a figure identical to Sumubei, representing different professions. These figures embodied the basic professions within the Infinite Realm game, categorized into main types physical, magical, defensive, and support. Warriors, archers, thieves, brawlers, mags, priests, and more are real present. The game also featured 10 professions, but those are not available for selection at Hesharictus inception. Typically, players would choose the profession best suited to their awakened talent. However, Sumubei's talent, promotion, could be applied to any profession. Warrior, or mage. Sumubei's tradition, scrutinizing the distinctions among the various professions. Yet they soon realized he was overthinking. Figures before him began to vanish on a beyond. Detecting thought play by his initial attributus do not meet their requirements, removing unselectable professions. The system's prompt caused Sumubei's expression to shift dramatically. In just a few breaths, only Nefigri remained before him. Based on play by his initial attributes, the lies lectable profession is necromancer. Profession selection successful. Without granting Sumubei Kansatakus, the remaining figure suddenly glimmered and seamlessly integrated into his body. Simultaneously, the horse Betalgon Huorigridurly transformed into tattered linen robe. A fine Torrive death began to permeate the air around him. Open the tribute panel. Gazingeth his new attire, Sumubei's faceternidation. It was not that he believed necromancer profession to be inferior there, usually eager to ascertain just how his initial attributes truly were. Attribute panel. Player by ye. Level 00.00. Profession necromancer. Strength 1. Constitution 1. Agility 1. Spirit 10. Free attribute points 0.5 free attribute points gained per level up. Health points 11 permanent lie unupgradable for unknown reasons. Marna points 2002001 point of spirit 20 points of Marna. Attack power 1. Spell power 10. Physical defense 1. Magical defense 5. Different profession shave varying attribute bonuses. Exclusive talent promotion. Professional skills summon skeleton level 1, burn level 1. Summoning space 01. Equipment practice bone staff, patchwork robe. Lifespan 1 year. Dammit, why Sitlakethis? Staring Gathis dismal attribute painel, Sumu Befentithauto accept. Al for primary attributes, save for spirit, wary apitifulone. Now under Hikulden Libe classify das a necromancer. Other professions, even mages and priests, required constitution and agility to be above eta points. Normally, an average episode base attribute would fluctuate around 5 points, give or take. Yet Sumu be habi kumi an extreme case. Spirit Maxidite, Willia Lelsalayan Ruin. His shield points were permanently capitatingly punchitank known reasons. With Morelli and Edropov life he could perish from the slighty stutch how wash supposed to play like Ethis. Furthermore, with onlaiwero life remaining disburbi ganto creep into Sumu Beasert. It seemed the Infinite Realm game had merely pulled him back from the brink of death without solving isodolian issues. With Asai, Sumu Ba reflected on this reality. Indeed, their Infinite Realm game bore an obligation to rectify his predicament. Yet felt a deep sensio funnelingness, as if hope had been dangled before he moonlight be snatched away. This dark contrast was farmer reun bara blethanu try to spare. Har Iof life left. Gazing Gathai's I tribute painel, Sumu Bay gritted his teeth, since there is no turning back, let's golin. With that hort, lifted he she'd sharp lion shouted. Activate promotion 3 times in a row. Chapter 3, The Addiction of Exploiting Bugs. A tip, to consecutively promote the exclusive talent skill promotion 3 times, a total of years of life will be consumed. Insufficient remaining lifespan. You possess 3 opportunities for consumption-free use. Do you confirm the consumption of all opportunities to promote the exclusive talent skill promotion heir to a higher tier? Goodness, does even the Infinite Realm game not know how many years of lifespan are required? They have resorted to using 3 question marks. Upon hearing the system notification, Sumu Bai was taken aback, but then a joyful expression spread across his face. As he had surmised, the exclusive talent could indeed be promoted. Furthermore, upon promotion, the tier of the target also elevated accordingly. Ans tier talent, upon 1 promotion, becomes SS tier, and after 2 promotions, it ascends to SSS-tier.so, with consecutive promotions 3 times surpass the SSS tier. The materials provided by the Infinite Realm game contained no mention of such a tier of talent skill. It is no wonder the consumption is represented by 3 question marks. Perhaps the Infinite Realm game never anticipated that someone like Sumu Bai, a reckless gambler, would emerge. With a permanent life limit of merely 1 point, combined with only a year of remaining lifespan, Sumu Bai decided to take a bold gamble. After all, he could only live for a year at most. If he won the gamble, the rewards would be immense. With this thought in mind, Sumu Bai made his choice without hesitation. Confirm the consumption of all opportunities. However, the system notification did not immediately resound, seemingly stalling due to this audacious maneuver. Sumu Bai could not help but feel a surge of anxiety. If the gamble failed, he would merely have to take things 1 step at a time. After a tense few minutes of waiting, Sumu Bai suddenly felt a heart-stopping power erupt from within him. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately, 3 pillars of light shot skyward, stirring the pitch-black void outside the starry palace. Amidst the intertwining beams, various colors shifted and morphed. When all the brilliance dissipated, the long-awaited system notification finally reappeared. Tip. The exclusive talent skill promotion, he has successfully been promoted to a higher tier consecutively. Congratulations, player by Yi. On acquiring the unique forbidden level exclusive talent skill, a cataclysm. I won the gamble. Sumu Bai clenched his fists, excitement evident on his face. Unique forbidden level, That title was undeniably remarkable. The exclusive talent skill represents a possession exclusive to oneself. Thus, does this uniqueness imply that a Cataclysm is the only forbidden level talent in the entire Infinite Realm game? With this thought, Sumubai eagerly tapped to view the talent description. Cataclysm, unique forbidden level exclusive talent skill effects, 1. Promotion, can permanently elevate any entity by 1 tier, with no consumption required. 2. Sublimation consumes certain resources to permanently elevate any entity by 2 tiers. 3. Cataclysm consumes a portion of lifespan to permanently elevate any entity by 3 tiers and grants it the cataclysmic characteristics. Tier surpasses limitations, cannot be probed, copied, or plundered. Player by Yi will vanish upon complete death. The terrifying effects of Cataclysm left Sumubai dumbfounded. To promote by 1 tier without any consumption at all. Moreover, the target of promotion has expanded from any skill to any entity. This was simply outrageous. In the game, money, equipment, skills, these are all entities, even professions, and oneself. After scrutinizing the skill description several times, Sumubai gasped in astonishment. Such a talent was so extraordinary that even he, its creator, found it absurd. Wait. Promotion by 1 tier without consumption. Sumubai suddenly had a realization, his pupils dilating in shock, a look of wild joy spreading across his face. With a mere thought, he directly activated Cataclysm. Promotion target, Cataclysm. Exploiting bugs can indeed be addictive. However, this time, his plan fell flat. The light pillar for skill promotion did not appear. Instead, the chilling system notification rang out. Sorry, the skill tier has surpassed limitations and cannot undergo Cataclysm. It appears I was too greedy. Sumubai smiled faintly, feeling no surprise at the promotion's failure. If he were allowed to promote infinitely like this, would the Infinite Realm game not collapse outright? He harbored a vague suspicion the Infinite Realm game could not have been established long ago. Otherwise, such a blatant bug would not exist. Just as he was about to examine his other skills, the system notification sounded once more. Tip: your unique forbidden level exclusive talent, Cataclysm, has acquired new usage restrictions. Click to view details. Cataclysm: Unique forbidden level exclusive talent skill usage restrictions, cannot act upon this talent, cannot act upon the player's body, cannot act upon cataclysmic characteristics. Repeated use on the same target will override previous enhancement effects. Damn, Sumubai was left speechless. It seemed he had attempted to gain more than he could chew. Not only did he fail to promote, but he also incurred for additional usage restrictions. It appeared that the Infinite Realm game had already patched this bug. However, I have not emerged empty-handed. Gazing at the last sentence in the skill description, Sumubai's eyes lit up. Can use the effects of Cataclysm without consumption once. He had anticipated the restrictions on Cataclysm. If it were possible to reuse it without overwriting enhancement effects, would that not allow him to elevate all low-tier entities to the highest tier for free? Such thoughts were unrealistic. Now, with an opportunity for a consumption-free use of Cataclysm, Sumubai felt thoroughly satisfied. Besides talents and my own body, the only thing left worthy of elevation is this. Observing his dismal attribute panel, Sumubai focused his thoughts and activated Cataclysm once more. Tip: to promote the profession Necromancer by 3 tiers requires the consumption of 100,000 years of lifespan. Insufficient remaining lifespan. You possess one opportunity for consumption-free use of Cataclysm. Do you confirm the consumption of this opportunity to promote the profession Necromancer to a higher tier and grant it cataclysmic effects? 100,000 years of lifespan. This exaggerated consumption left Sumubai wide-eyed. However, the fact that it was consumption-free made it all the more valuable. The tiers of professions differ from those of skills. According to his knowledge, there are 3 levels in the Infinite Realm game. Ordinary professions, hidden professions, and unique hidden professions. He wondered what the outcome would be after 3 consecutive promotions. Would it, like the Cataclysm talent, become a unique forbidden level profession? Struggling to contain his excitement, Sumubai took a deep breath and made his choice. Confirm the consumption of this opportunity. Buzz as the Cataclysm talent activated, Sumubai felt himself enveloped by a mysterious force. Immediately after, A series of system notifications rang in his ears. Tip: your profession a necromancer has successfully been promoted to a higher tier. Congratulations, player E by Yi, on transitioning to the exclusive hidden profession, a Lord of Death. Your attribute growth has undergone changes. You have learned the new skill E Life Link. You have learned the new skill E Summon Enhancement. You have acquired the exclusive item E Book of Death. Your exclusive hidden profession E Lord of Death has acquired cataclysmic effects. Click to view details. Chapter 4. Entering the game. Skills of the Lord of Death. The Infinite Realm game will officially commence in 10 seconds. Please prepare. Player E by Yi. 10, 9, 8. Due to the time wasted on promoting talents, Sumubai had no opportunity to review the newly acquired skills. However, he could always check them after entering the game. After merely glancing at his slightly altered attribute panel, Sumubai prepared to enter the game. The attributes had not increased. Instead, his minor cap had risen from 200 to 600. His spell power had also transformed to 30 points. Moreover, the free attribute points gained per level had surged from 5 to 15 points. This indicated that the attribute bonuses and growth rate of the Lord of Death were thrice that of an ordinary necromancer. Without considering equipment attributes, that equated to 9 times that of an ordinary profession. Such strength was befitting of the title exclusive hidden profession. Liu Ruyan, Jia Shu. The thought of those two scoundrels caused a flicker of cold light to flash in Sumubai's eyes. The Infinite Realm game is one where death is a reality. The novice village possesses protective mechanisms. Dying only results in a loss of levels. However, once one steps beyond the novice village, each death incurs not only a loss of levels but also a 10 reduction in lifespan, with a minimum of 10 years lost. This meant that if a player has less than 10 years of remaining lifespan, they would be unable to resurrect after death. Of course, there are also treasures within the Infinite Realm game that can extend lifespan, though these must be discovered through exploration. The three of them were not far from each other before their traversal. According to the information provided by the Infinite Realm game, they might not be in the same novice village, but upon exiting the novice village, they would surely be in the same city. Sumubai was eager to find the two of them and let them experience the despair he had once felt. As the countdown concluded, a flash of white light swept across the starry palace, and Sumubai felt his vision blur before he found himself in the novice village. Welcome, players from Blue Star, to the Infinite Realm game. You are in the Dragon Empire's number 9527 novice village. We wish you a safe journey ahead. The system's voice echoed above the novice village, and beams of white light flashed, revealing the forms of players appearing beside Sumubai. How do you play this game? Is there a handsome guy to teach me? I had an early morning class. Why was I forcibly dragged here? Let me go back. Don't even think about returning to Blue Star. You should focus on how to survive here. Har, datafication, the fantasies I had while reading novels have finally come to life. We all start at the same starting line. This time, I will rise. Same starting line. Dude, you might be overestimating yourself. Have you heard of high-level talents? I awakened an S-tier talent right from the start. I'm bound to take off. Big shot. Do you need any trinkets for your legs? Brother, take me along. I am a D-cup healer, with plenty of healing power. B-tier talent mage seeking a group. Surrounded by the voices of players discussing, the abrupt emergence of the Infinite Realm game had taken everyone by surprise, forcibly pulling them into this data-driven world. Some felt uneasy, others bewildered, some excited, while others despaired. For those who were already destitute and unencumbered, the Infinite Realm game was undoubtedly an opportunity to transform their lives. However, regardless of the circumstances, there was no returning to Blue Star. Players began to leave the arrival square, relying on their past gaming experiences to seek out NPCs within the novice village to accept quests. However, the situation was not as easy as they had imagined. NPCs in the Infinite Realm were all genuinely existent beings and did not merely repeat tasks like the NPCs from Blue Star's former games. Sumubai did not follow the crowd. Instead, he quietly stood still for a moment, observing, before turning and walking out of the village. Time waits for no one. After all, he had only a year of lifespan left. He needed to quickly level up and find treasures that could extend his lifespan. Rather than wasting time searching for low-tier quests in the novice village, it would be more straightforward to venture outside and hunt monsters. By the time Sumubai reached the entrance of the novice village, over 10 minutes had already passed. During this time, numerous players had passed by him and engaged with the wild monsters outside the village. His agility attribute was merely 1 point, rendering his movement speed rather pitiful. In the Infinite Realm game, identical attributes manifest different effects across various professions. For physical professions, boosting agility increases movement speed, attack speed, critical hit rate, and other attributes. Professions like archers and thieves can even gain a slight boost to attack power. For magic professions, besides enhancing movement speed, agility can also slightly increase casting speed, among other benefits. It is worth noting that there are no attributes such as evasion or accuracy here. The Infinite Realm game is a data-driven reality. To hit an enemy or evade an attack relies solely on one's reflexes. Of course, an increase in agility does provide a certain enhancement to reflexes. Therefore, in Sumubai's view, agility is indispensable for any profession. Fortunately, the free attribute points gained from leveling up as the Lord of Death are sufficiently high. Upon reaching level 1, Sumubai would be able to catch up with ordinary players. As he walked along, Sumubai reviewed all of his skills. Summon Skeleton, Satsmiley F, level 1, active skill. Summons a weak skeleton to fight for you. Casting time 3 seconds, cooldown time 30 seconds, mana cost 20 points. The skeleton's panel is affected by the player's mental attribute. Burn, Satsmiley F, level 1, active skill. Unleashes soul fire to scorch the target, dealing a total of 150 spell power in magical damage over 5 seconds, attack range 30 meters, casting time 2 seconds, cooldown time 5 seconds, mana cost 10 points. These are the basic F-tier skills of the Necromancer. The summoned skeleton, as long as it does not perish, can exist indefinitely. When not needed, it can be recalled to the summoning space at any time. The level 1 summoning space has only 1 slot, meaning the Necromancer can only summon 1 small skeleton at a time. However, Sumubai is not an ordinary Necromancer. He is the exclusive hidden profession, Lord of Death. Lifelink: A. Level 102. Active skill. You can link with 1 summoned undead creature, sharing life points. Instant release. Cooldown time 10 seconds. This skill alleviates Sumubai's concerns about his life point limit. As long as the summoned undead creature remains, he need not fear sudden death. Summon enhancement. Satsmiley S. Passive skill. No level reduces the casting time of summoning skills by 50, reduces cooldown time by 50, enhances summoned creature's attributes by 50, and increases the summoning space limit to 500. The second skill is an S-tier, noble percentage enhancement skill. Such skills grow stronger as one progresses further into the game. In addition, Sumubai has also acquired an exclusive item. Book of Death, profession exclusive. By Yi, offhand item cannot be dropped, cannot be damaged, cannot be traded. Level 0. Follows the character. Attributes. Unlocks after reaching level 1. Special effects. Unlocks after reaching level 10. This is a book of lores. Only you can peruse it. Upon meeting the requirements, you can learn exclusive skills of the Lord of Death from it. Currently, the Book of Death holds no attributes, but from its description, it is evident that this piece of equipment is anything but ordinary. However, Sumubai is not yet at the required level to open it. As his gaze fell upon the cataclysmic characteristics following the promotion of his profession, Sumubai couldn't help but gasp, his pupils widening in astonishment. Truly, a unique forbidden level talent, its terror is unfathomable. Chapter 5, some attacks look painful. All personal skills have their effects doubled. 2. Insufficient rank, not activated, insufficient level, not activated. The catastrophic traits effectively bestow an additional 3 attributes upon Sumubai's profession. Although only 1 has been unlocked thus far, it is already sufficiently terrifying. The effects of all skills are doubled. What does this imply? Sumubai is eager to test his newfound strength. While he can still promote his existing skills without any cost, he intends to wait until he leaves the village entrance to do so. After all, it is far from the time to be invincible. and there is no need to reveal too much in front of a crowd. With this thought in mind, Sumubai wielded his practice bone staff and unleashed his skill. Summon little skeleton. In the next moment, a pale grey vortex abruptly appeared beside Sumubai. Subsequently, 2 skeletons, each standing at a height of 1.5 meters, emerged from the vortex, side by side. Creak, creak, the faint flames of soul flickered within the eye sockets of the 2 skeletons as they stood silently at Sumubai's side, one to the left and one to the right. The F-class skill summoned skeletons that naturally lacked strength. Their bones were ghastly white and riddled with cracks. Even the iron swords in their hands were rusted and full of gaps. Sumubai even harbored doubts that these 2 would fall apart at any moment. However, as the saying goes, one should not judge by appearances. While their form may seem unimpressive, what truly matters is their attributes. Instant release. Sumubai's eyes sparkled, astonished by the doubling effect of the catastrophic traits. Not only had the number of summons doubled, but the original 50 cooldown reduction had also been elevated to a remarkable 100. Equally impressive, the summon little skeleton skill no longer had a cooldown time for Sumubai. I wonder if the attributes will double as well? With a thought, Sumubai opened the attribute panel for the little skeletons. Little skeleton. Strength 20, Constitution 20, Agility 20, Spirit 20, Health 200, Attack Power 20, Physical Defense 10, Magical Defense 10, Skill none. The lowest tier little skeleton, barely qualified to become a skeleton warrior after enhancement. The attributes of the 2 little skeletons were identical, epitomizing a straightforward yet powerful essence. According to Sumubai's 10 points in the Spirit attribute, the summoned little skeletons should have possessed only 5 points in their 4 dimensions. Such attributes, lacking professional bonuses and skills, were already on par with an ordinary player. Now, under the dual enhancement of the summon amplification and the catastrophic traits, the attributes of the 2 little skeletons had quadrupled. Even more alarming, these little skeletons could be summoned again once the skill's cooldown elapsed. Currently, Sumubai had the capacity to summon up to 10 little skeletons simultaneously. The formation of a disaster legion was merely a matter of time. My friend, your talent must at least be A-class, right? A voice interrupted Sumubai's thoughts, causing him to turn slightly. A warrior player approached, sword in hand, his gaze lingering on the 2 little skeletons, as if deep in thought. Indeed, an A-class enhancement for summoned beings, Sumubai replied with a faint smile, glancing at the player's ID. Night Wanderer. At this early stage of the Myriad Worlds game, almost no one could hide their ID. The little skeletons he summoned were not merely 1 more in number, they also surpassed those of other necromancers in size. It was only natural for someone to take notice. Shall we form a party for leveling up? I also possess an A-class talent. Together, we would certainly progress more swiftly. Night Wanderer raised his sword, extending an invitation to party up with Sumubai. Not only him, but several others had already gathered at the village entrance, all in search of teams. Although the novice village was designed for players to acclimate to the game, the monsters here were anything but simple. Even the lowest level ground chickens at the village entrance possessed the capability to slay individual players. Ground chicken, level 1, health 100, attack power 10, physical defense 5, magical defense 5. Surely, no one would struggle against a chicken, right? Within mere seconds, Sumubai witnessed dozens of white lights illuminating outside. Clearly, some players truly struggled even against ground chickens. If there were no bugs to exploit, a single attack from one of these creatures could potentially slay Sumubai tenfold, yet, for him now, it posed no challenge whatsoever. Politely declining Night Wanderer's invitation to team up, Sumubai focused his thoughts and, under the protection of the 2 little skeletons, ventured out of the novice village. The surroundings were filled with the sights of battle. Players were fully engaged in combat with the ground chickens. Sumubai also noted the normal little skeletons summoned by other necromancers, which stood at a mere height of about 1 meter, truly diminutive. Damn it, why did I choose a tank profession? This chicken's pecking really hurts. Stop complaining and hurry up and kill the chicken. Damn it, this chicken has higher attack power than I do. Sigh, a level 0 player is worse off than a level 1 chicken. I'm done. I'm heading back to the village to see if there are any live professions. Anyone can fight if they want. Look at that Bai, how come the 2 skeletons he summoned are so much stronger than mine? He must have awakened a superior talent. Another day to envy the lucky ones. Sumobai paid no heed to the discussions of the crowd. The ground chickens near the village entrance already had their own targets, and he had no intention of stealing their kills. He simply directed his little skeletons to move towards the distance. After going through such trouble to exploit such a significant bug, why would he bother with level 1 monsters? The game featured a built-in minimap, which players could summon at any time, transparently floating in the upper right corner of their view. Based on the map, Sumobai quickly left the territory of the ground chickens and entered the area inhabited by level 2 monsters. Red-eyed rabbit, level 2 health, 150-150 attack power. 15. Physical defense, 7. Magical defense, 7. Beware of its jump attack aimed at your sensitive areas. The number of players in this area had significantly diminished. At this stage, those daring enough to grind monsters here were either players with A-class talents or preformed teams. Perhaps it was also due to the reputation of the red-eyed rabbits for targeting sensitive areas. Sumobai had already witnessed 2 tank players curled up on the ground after being knocked over. The Myriad Worlds game was a realistic world, providing 100 of physical sensations. Merely watching was enough to make him gasp in shock. Any man would instinctively fear such an attack. Fortunately, I don't have to get my hands dirty. The corners of Sumobai's mouth twitched as he continued forward, controlling the 2 little skeletons to begin clearing monsters. With the absence of a player army, he would inevitably attract some red-eyed rabbits while attempting to access high-level maps. In the Myriad Worlds game, there was no concept of green-named monsters. Once players left the village, the wilderness was filled with red-named foes, especially with the red-eyed rabbits fixated on player-sensitive areas. It was enough to send shivers down one's spine. However, the little skeletons had no such vulnerabilities. They boldly wielded their rusted iron swords and charged straight towards the red-eyed rabbits. -13-15 The red-eyed rabbit yelped in pain, suddenly lunging towards one of the little skeletons. -11 The little skeleton, lacking any sense of pain, mechanically swung its sword in retaliation. For such low-level monsters, Sumobai found it unnecessary to meticulously maneuver the little skeletons. No, in fact, he would never find such meticulousness necessary. Why bother with tactics? Simply overwhelming numbers and quality were more than sufficient. Now far removed from the novice village, Sumobai raised an eyebrow and waved his bone staff again. Summon little skeleton. A pale grey vortex appeared once more, and 2 additional little skeletons emerged, joining the fray against the red-eyed rabbit. How could a mere level 2 monster withstand the assault of 4 skeletons with attributes superior to its own? In just a few seconds, the red-eyed rabbit fell, leaving behind a corpse and a shiny copper coin. A faint, imperceptible white light integrated into Sumobai's body, accompanied by the system notification. You have slain a level 2 red-eyed rabbit. You receive an additional 50 bonus for defeating a high-level foe, gaining 3 experience points. It seems leveling up to level 1 is not difficult at all. Sumobai glanced at his attribute panel, noting that the experience bar had slightly increased to 3. This meant that after defeating 33 more red-eyed rabbits, he would reach the next level. The 4 little skeletons continued onward, relentlessly slaying the obstructing red-eyed rabbits. Sumobai refrained from using his burning skill, opting instead to conserve his mana entirely for the little skeletons. The damage from burning was simply too low. Even with the enhancement from his profession's catastrophic traits, it could only inflict 90 points of magical damage within 5 seconds, and that was without accounting for the magical defense of the low-level monsters. In terms of cost-effectiveness, this skill paled in comparison to Summon Little Skeleton. Nevertheless, Sumobai still promptly cast Lifelink on a fully healthy little skeleton. After all, with only 1 drop of health, one careless moment could result in its demise. With a wave of his staff, Sumobai was astonished to discover that he had linked with 2 little skeletons simultaneously. 2 faint red health bars appeared beneath his health indicator, each representing double the health of the little skeletons. Health 1 Lifelink 1:400 400 Lifelink 2:393 400 Goodness, I nearly forgot that the skill effects are doubled. Raising an eyebrow, Sumubai silently praised the catastrophic traits of his profession. At this moment, the 4 little skeletons had already slain several red-eyed rabbits, and Sumubai's experience had climbed to 21. However, the red-eyed rabbits were rather stingy. Aside from a few copper coins, they dropped nothing else. The currency in the Myriad Worlds game, akin to past online games, was divided into gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins, with 100-fold difference between each tier. According to his mental notes, there seemed to be even higher-tier currencies in the game, but they were evidently inaccessible at this early stage. Sumubai cast a glance at a few players not far away, suppressing the urge to use the catastrophic enhancement on the copper coins, and continued onward with the 4 little skeletons. He refrained from summoning more little skeletons to avoid drawing too much attention. Summoning for little skeletons was already sufficient to intimidate those around him. Only after Sumubai's figure gradually vanished from sight did the players in the territory of the red-eyed rabbits begin to converse. Look at him, casually leveling up while strolling. Necromancers have it so easy. Easy? Please take a look at the little skeletons I summoned. Can they even be compared to Baiyi's? Who told you to choose a necromancer without any summoning talents? That Baiyi must have at least an S-class talent, right? So strong. His strength is likely among the top ranks in the 9527 novice village. With such leveling speed, he will surely make it onto the leaderboard. We will know soon enough. By the way, when will the level leaderboard be released? Tomorrow. Congratulations to player Baiyi for reaching level 1. Attributes 1, skill points 1, and free attribute points 15. Just after entering the area of level 3 monsters, a golden light flashed, signaling Sumubai's level increase to 1. The 1 to attributes and 1 skill point were standard rewards for leveling up. However, in terms of free attribute points, due to the profession bonus from Death Sovereign, Sumubai received 3 times the usual amount of free attribute points with each level up. At this rate, even without using a catastrophe, he would soon become a formidable boss among players. After a moment of contemplation, Sumubai allocated 4 points to agility, then distributed all remaining attribute points to spirit. Strength held no value for him, and as for constitution, it was utterly pointless. After all, he could only possess a single drop of health permanently. Who would invest in that? Finally, it seems the coast is clear. Looking around, Sumubai grinned widely. The direction he chose to advance deliberately avoided other players. Moreover, given that players capable of grinding in the level 3 monster area were already sparse, only the mountain cats, level 3 wild monsters, remained in the vicinity. At this point, Sumubai had summoned 10 little skeletons, fully occupying his summoning space. After allocating his points, his spirit attribute rose to 22 points. The panels for all the little skeletons also updated in real time. Their attributes had directly increased to 44 points, reflecting a balanced yet unpretentious nature. However, Sumubai's path to domination was only just beginning. Opening the 20-slot backpack that all new players possessed, Sumubai frowned. The drop rate for low-level monsters in the Myriad Worlds game was exceedingly low. Despite his journey, he had yet to find a single piece of equipment. Even copper coins were not guaranteed to drop from every monster. Let's see if copper coins can be directly upgraded to silver coins. Sumubai retrieved all 12 copper coins from his backpack, focusing his thoughts. Catastrophe. Target, 12 copper coins. Prompt, please select the upgrade tier. First tier, second tier, third tier. Second tier. Sumubai wanted to see how many resources were required to upgrade copper coins to the second tier. Prompt. To elevate 12 copper coins, a total of 1 silver and 20 copper is required. Insufficient resources. Upgrade failed. Such a low consumption? Sumubai raised an eyebrow. If the value of the upgraded copper coins matched his expectations, then the cost was indeed minimal. The outcome would reveal itself with just 1 upgrade. Shaking his head, Sumubai activated a catastrophe once more, targeting the 12 copper coins in his hands. This time, however, he opted for the first tier upgrade. Prompt. Do you confirm the upgrade of 12 copper coins to the first tier without consumption? Confirm, cancel, confirm. With a thought, the copper coins in Sumubai's hand shimmered with a faint light. You have obtained 12 ancient copper coins. Upgrading to the first tier should yield silver coins, so what is this ancient copper coin? Staring at the slightly darker copper coins in his hand, Sumubai was taken aback. Ancient copper coin, : a suspended copper coin with an unclear value. To some collectors of ancient coins, it may be worth 10 copper coins. The corners of Sumubai's mouth twitched as he stowed the ancient copper coins back into his backpack. Not only had the currency upgrade failed, but this item had also taken up a slot in his backpack. However, Sumubai was not overly disappointed. With a catastrophe as his talent, making money would be a breeze. Moreover, since ancient copper coins existed, they might prove useful someday. Oh, right, the backpack can also be upgraded. Glancing at the now 19-slot beginner backpack, Sumubai's eyes lit up as he activated a catastrophe once more. Prompt. Please select the upgrade tier. First tier, second tier, third tier. First tier. Prompt. Do you confirm the upgrade of the beginner backpack to the first tier without consumption? Confirm. Cancel. Confirm. You have obtained a large backpack. Large backpack, : contains 50 slots of space. Let's continue. Sumubai's gaze fell upon the bone staff in his hand. Before officially commencing his leveling journey, he intended to upgrade everything he could. After all, with no consumption involved, only a fool would pass it up. Chapter 7: Comprehensive Upgrades. Debts Codex. Upon vanquishing a level 3 bobcat, one is bestowed with an additional 50 bonus for surpassing the challenge, yielding an experience gain of 5 points. Upon slaying a level 3 lynx, you receive an additional 50 level up bonus, gaining 5 experience points. Sumubai utilized a cataclysm to enhance his equipment and skills. The movements of the 10 little skeletons remained uninterrupted. 5 Formed a small team, continuously hunting the obstructive lynxes. Employing a cataclysm did not necessitate a halt. After his agility reached 6 points, Sumubai's movement speed finally returned to normal. Thus, the skeletal squad advanced further while clearing out monsters. By consecutively using cataclysm, Sumubai effectively masked the skill's visual effects. Otherwise, when he subsequently enhanced his advanced skills, the soaring light pillar would be excessively conspicuous. You have acquired a common item, a bone staff. You have obtained a common item, a linen robe. In the myriad worlds of the game, equipment is categorized into 10 tiers. Inferior, common, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, epic, legendary, and mythical. The gear provided to players is the most inferior quality, merely serving as decorative items. Its sole utility lies in preventing wardrobe malfunctions and enabling skill use, as many skills cannot be executed without weapons. With the elevation of the 2 pieces of equipment to common status, Sumubai finally possessed some semblance of stats. However, their utility was limited, merely enhancing his spell power and physical defense by a few points. The true augmentation of his strength lay in the advancement of his skills. Your F-rank skill, Summon Skeletons, has successfully advanced to E-rank skill, Summon Skeleton. Summon Skeleton, Satsmiley E, Level 1, active skill, summons a skeleton to fight for you. Casting time 3 seconds, cooldown 30 seconds, mana cost 40 points. The skeleton stats are enhanced by the player's mental attributes. This time, the 10 little skeletons engaged in battle did not receive an immediate enhancement. It seems that skills need to be resummoned after advancement. Sumubai did not rush to summon but continued to use Cataclysm to elevate his remaining skills. Your F-rank skill, a Burn E, has successfully advanced to E-rank skill, a Burn E. The name of Burn remained unchanged. However, its damage escalated from 150 to 200, with mana consumption increasing to 20 points. Next comes the crucial part. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Sumubai's eyes as he selected his next skill. Your A-rank skill, E Lifelink E, has successfully advanced to S-rank skill, E Life Share. E. Life share, colon. S. Passive skill, no level, skill effect, you share health points unidirectionally with all summoned undead creatures. Incredible! Upon glancing at the straightforward description of life share, Su Mubai could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Not only had an active skill transformed into a passive one, but the targets of the shared health had also expanded to include all summoned entities. Transitioning from A rank to S rank represented a significant qualitative leap. This skill effectively granted the player an additional S rank talent, typically unattainable in the early stages of the game. However, Su Mubai's extraordinary circumstances could not be overlooked. Coupled with the profession's cataclysmic attributes and the skill, summon amplification, the value of life share for him far surpassed that of an ordinary player's S-rank talent. After all, players who awakened such talents could not summon as many entities. Observing the newly displayed health bar beneath his life points, the striking contrast of the staggering 8,000 figure against the 1,1 health was profound. At this moment, even Su Mubai felt somewhat monstrous, permanently at 1 health point. So what? My secondary health bar approaches 9,000, and I am still a spellcasting profession. Even an S-rank tank would weep and report themselves for hacking. The corners of Su Mubai's mouth curled upwards as his gaze fell upon the final skill. Cataclysm, target, summon amplification. Your S-rank skill, summon amplification, has successfully advanced to SS rank skill, death summoning. Death summoning, colon. SS, passive skill, no level, skill effect. The casting time of summoning skills is reduced by 75. The cooldown time for summoning skills is reduced by 75. 3. Summoning creature attributes enhanced by 100. 4. The summoning space has been elevated to a limit tenfold. The skill effect of Death Summon has been doubled in magnitude. Without delving into other matters, Su Mubai has taken a significant step closer to summoning the Scourge Legion. Summoning space. 1020. Unfortunately, the summoning space is merely an attribute, rather than a tangible entity, rendering it impossible to exploit Cataclysm for free benefits. With a flicker of thought, Su Mubai retrieved their Book of Death from his inventory. Finally, it's time to upgrade this thing. As his level ascended to 1, the attributes of the Book of Death were unlocked. Yet, only a base attribute of spell power 10 was activated, which seemed rather unworthy of its exclusive gear status. Su Mubai immediately equipped their Book of Death in his offhand position, holding a bone staff in one hand and the ancient tome exuding an aura of death in the other, finally resembling a necromancer. Cataclysm. Target. Book of Death. This time, the activation of a cataclysm took noticeably longer than before. Although the special effects were suppressed, Su Mubai still felt a chilling aura. Just as he feared the upgrade had failed, the cold system notification finally echoed in his ears. Your exclusive item, Book of Death, has successfully upgraded to Death Codex. Death Codex, class exclusive, White Knight, special item non-droppable, indestructible, non-tradable, can be summoned or retracted at will level. 1 follows character level, base attributes, spell power 15 special effect, unlocks after level 10. This is a book of rules, only you may peruse it. Upon meeting the requirements, you may learn exclusive skills of the Master of Death from within. Is it just an increase of 5 points in spell power? Su Mubai frowned, scrutinizing the attributes of their Death Codex several times before finally noticing the subtle difference in the description. It was originally a book of laws, now it distinctly transformed into a book of rules. It appears that the true strength of their Death Codex will only reveal itself as his level rises. Observing the transition of Death Codex from an offhand item to a special item, Su Mubai concentrated, and the Death Codex instantly shimmered with a faint light, transforming into a sigil imprinted on the back of his left hand. To his delight, he discovered that the offhand slot in his equipment interface had miraculously become vacant, yet the spell power increase from the Death Codex remained intact. Just the ability to equip an additional offhand item makes this upgrade worthwhile. With an unexpected windfall, Su Mubai's spirits soared. After fully exploiting Cataclysm, his strength had undergone a dramatic transformation compared to before. Now, let the leveling commence. Allocating his sole skill point to summon skeleton, Su Mubai waved the bone staff. A slightly larger pale grey vortex manifested, from which 2 skeletal soldiers emerged after the skill upgrade. The summoned skeletons appeared notably more robust, their bones no longer stark white, but rather gleaming with a hint of luster. The fissures on their surfaces had diminished, and their weapons were devoid of flaws. They finally exuded a semblance of menace. Chapter 8. Terrifying increase in power. Utilizing the skill 10 consecutive times consumed a mere 400 mana points. For Sumubai, whose mana cap reached an impressive 1320 points, this posed absolutely no burden. Before long, a full 20 skeletons stood arranged neatly on either side of him. The only drawback was the variety of weapons in their hands: swords, knives, guns, staves. Save for the absence of ranged weapons, they were a motley assortment. Skeleton Strength 87, Constitution 87, Agility 87, Spirit 87, Health 870, Attack Power 87, Physical Defense 44, Skill Heavy Strike Happasmiley, E, Level 2, swings weapon to deliver a heavy blow to the target, inflicting 155 physical damage with a cooldown of 30 seconds. The most ordinary skeleton, a low-tier existence among undead beings. Such attributes are undeniably luxurious at this stage. Should any necromancer summon a skeleton of this caliber, they would undoubtedly become the envy of many players. Yet, Sumubai possessed a full 20 of these skeletons, with the summoning space capped at 20. The previous 10 skeletons had automatically disintegrated. The summoning space not only dictates the upper limit of summoned creatures, but also allows necromancers to retract their summons into the space at will. Health 1-1, Health Share 3480 34,800 870 20 Skeletons Class Cataclysm Trait doubled. Glancing at his health bar, Sumubai couldn't suppress a slight smile. Now he was eager to experiment with another idea. If successful, his combat power would soar once again. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated Sumubai became, fixing his gaze on the 20 recently summoned skeletons, and with a flicker of thought, he invoked a cataclysm. Target 20 skeletons. First stage. Prompt: do you confirm overwriting the previous effect and re-upgrading the skill Summon Skeletons? Cancel. Sumubai shook his head in disappointment. It seemed that within the judgment of their cataclysm talent, these skeletons and the skill were intertwined. Although he did not manage to exploit another bug, Sumubai was nonetheless satisfied with his current strength. Opening the map and confirming his direction, Sumubai waved his hand and declared, "Let us go." Clack, clack, clack. A cacophony of bones grinding echoed as the skeletons autonomously divided into several squads and commenced their slaughter. With an agility of 87, their speed far surpassed that of a level 3 lynx. -79, -82, -126. The lynxes ahead scarcely had time to react before being instantaneously dispatched by various weapons. 3 skeletons attacking simultaneously could annihilate one lynx in a heartbeat. Following the comprehensive upgrade, Sumubai's pace surged dramatically. Concurrently, the system notifications announcing experience gained flooded the screen. Upon vanquishing a level 3 bobcat, one is granted an additional 50 experience bonus for defeating an enemy above one's level, resulting in an experience gain of 5 points. Upon defeating the level 3 lynx, you gain an additional 50 experience bonus, totaling 5 experience points. While the majority of players are engaged in a desperate struggle against the ground chickens, Sumubai's leveling journey resembles a leisurely stroll. The only factor constraining his pace is his own agility. In this area, 20 skeletons roam as if in a no-man's land. Observing the rapid increase of his experience bar, Sumubai silently calculates the experience required for leveling up. Ascending from level 0 to level 1 requires merely 100 experience points, while progressing from level 1 to level 2 demands a rise to 300 points. Currently, the experience provided by low-level monsters is merely equivalent to their level numbers. It appears that future levels will undoubtedly become increasingly challenging. Nevertheless, Sumubai remains unfazed. After all, his gaming setup is extraordinarily overpowered. Even without actively seeking monsters, as he steps out of the lynx territory, a golden light envelops him. Congratulations, player Bai Yi, you have leveled up to level 2. Gaining 1 to all attributes, 1 skill point, and 15 free attribute points. Leveling up is quite effortless. From beginning to end, apart from his initial summoning of skeletons, he hasn't lifted a finger. Even the copper coins that dropped are collected by a skeleton, which subsequently hands them over to him. He allocates 4 points to agility and the rest to spirit. The newly acquired skill point is naturally used to enhance the level of Summon Skeleton. The level Summon Skeleton possesses attributes equivalent to 60 of his spirit attribute. With each level increase in skill, the skeleton's attributes are further augmented by 10. Coupled with the enhancement from spirit attributes, the skeletons summoned by Su Mubei now boast a terrifying total of 147 points across all attributes. This is primarily due to his current low level, allowing each upgrade to bring tremendous enhancements to the skeletons. Su Mubei opens the map, confirms his direction, and issues commands to the skeletons. This area is still not his destination. Beyond the territory of level 5 monsters lies the entrance to the first and only dungeon of the novice village. That place is where he can best hone his skills. Navigating almost unscathed through the territory of level 4 and 5 monsters, Su Mubei, accompanied by a horde of skeletons, swiftly arrives at the dungeon entrance. It is a swirling, vortex-shaped portal, situated within a valley. Beside the portal stands a massive stone tablet, inscribed with 4 prominent characters. Mist Forest. This is the first dungeon players encounter, regardless of which novice village they hail from. Su Mubei's objective is, of course, to achieve the first clear of this dungeon, not just for the 9527 novice village, but for all novice villages. Glancing at his experience bar, which stands at 93, he does not rush to enter, instead choosing to wait quietly for 2 minutes. Soon, a golden light flashes once more. Congratulations, player E by Yi. You have leveled up to level 3, gaining 1 to all attributes, 1 skill point, and 15 free attribute points. Crack, crack, crack. Just after adding his points, a skeleton approaches, cradling over a dozen copper coins in its hands. Upon the coins rests a pair of shoes. Not easy, finally dropped some gear. Su Mubei raises an eyebrow, placing the copper coins into his backpack, and after examining the attributes of the ordinary item, directly uses the transmutation. Prompt, please select the promotion tier, Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Tier 1 inch prompt, do you confirm the promotion of the cloth shoes to Tier 1 without any cost? Confirm, cancel, confirm. You have acquired the black iron grade equipment, double layer cloth shoes. Double layer cloth shoes, shoes light armor level 5 black iron grade durability 30 armor 6 movement speed 2, double layer protection for added security. Although the level 5 equipment is currently beyond Su Mubei's reach, he will finally have shoes once he reaches level 5. Indeed, the World of 10,000 Realms game is rather stingy. Apart from a tattered robe and a practice staff, the initial gear is woefully inadequate. There isn't even a pair of undergarments. Su Mubei can feel the cool breeze brushing against him as he moves. Fortunately, melee players start with a 2-piece outfit, or else he would have faced quite an embarrassing situation in battle. There should be a place in the novice village to claim undergarments, but Su Mubei is too lazy to search for it. For him, it's simply a matter of being carefree and unrestrained. With a wave of his hand, he calls all the skeletons back into the summoning space, and slowly reaches out to touch the portal before him. The existence of the Mist Forest serves to help players further acclimatize to the world of 10,000 realms. There are no prerequisites for entering. Simply arriving is sufficient. Dying within the dungeon results in a loss of only 10 of one's experience. The leveling difficulty in the early stages is not particularly high, and it is likely that player teams will soon be able to venture here. After all, there are some players endowed with advanced talents. While their progress may not match Su Mubei's, they will certainly be quicker than the average player. Prompt, treasures exist within the Mist Forest, but it is also fraught with peril. Do you wish to challenge it alone? Confirm. This is a 5-person mini-dungeon, which typically requires a coordinated effort from various classes to conquer. However, Su Mubei clearly does not need that. A team, can 20 skeletons not surpass that? Prompt, please select the dungeon difficulty. The mini-dungeons in the World of 10,000 Realms feature 4 difficulty levels in total, from easiest to hardest. They are normal, hard, nightmare, and hell. Hell level. With such an enormous advantage, Su Mubei naturally wishes to test himself against the highest difficulty. After all, Even if he dies, it would only result in a loss of 10 of his experience. However, glancing at his exaggerated shared health bar, he suddenly feels that the hell-level difficulty may not be as daunting as it seems. Buzz as Su Mubei makes his selection, the vortex-shaped portal ripples with waves. The colors shift continuously, transitioning from white to pitch black. At this moment, the portal appears akin to a ravenous beast. Without hesitation, Su Mubei steps through. Prompt: you have entered the hell-level mist forest. As darkness envelops him, the next moment, Su Mubei finds himself in a forest shrouded in mist. The dense fog surrounding him significantly reduces his visibility to barely a quarter of the outside world. The entire forest is eerily silent. Su Mubei can easily hear the sound of his own breathing. Yet, he senses a palpable aura of danger lurking all around. For a typical player team entering the mist forest, their primary task should be to find their way. Su Mubei is no exception. However, he does not intend to search personally. With a mere thought, the summoning space opens. In a flash of white light, for squads of skeletons appear before him in perfect formation. The 40 blue flames of their souls flicker gently, adding an element of dread to the Mist Forest. Chapter 9: Exploring the Mist Forest to scout the path, eliminate monsters. With a thought, the 4 squads of skeletons swiftly fan out in 4 directions to begin their exploration. Crack, crack, crack. The soft sounds of bones clashing resonate conspicuously in the silent mist forest. After leveling up, the skeletons' attributes have increased significantly once again. Their agility, now soaring to 215 points, allows them to move with remarkable speed. Watching their bones jostle as they run, Su Mubei fears these creatures might accidentally break themselves apart. Fortunately, such mishaps do not occur. In this digitized world, as long as there is a single drop of health remaining, their battle power is preserved. In the blink of an eye, the 4 squads of skeletons vanish from sight, and the surrounding fog begins to swirl. Su Mubei narrows his eyes slightly, sensing the presence of the skeletons in his mind. Soon, information begins to flow into his consciousness. Within a range of 100 meters, he can control the summoned undead creatures at will. Beyond this range, the connection will sever. As for how to enhance this range, Su Mubei is uncertain. However, he suspects that a typical necromancer at this stage would not possess such a far-reaching control capability. Whether it be the Death Sovereign, this exclusive hidden class, or the myriad of information within the world of 10,000 realms, his current understanding is minuscule. The world of 10,000 realms is significantly larger than Blue Star. The novice village is merely a starting point. The future plague army will begin to grow from the hell-level mist forest. Find it. A skeleton's feedback resonates in his mind, causing Su Mubei's eyes to light up as he directs all the skeletons to head north. As he approaches, the system promptly announces: defeated the level 8 elite monster a Mist Treant, gaining an additional 50 experience bonus, totaling 60 experience points. Is the experience from elite monsters 5 times that of ordinary ones? Observing his experience bar rise from 0 to 2, Su Mubei nods in satisfaction. He only needs to defeat 50 monsters to level up, which should not take long. However, the experience required for leveling up is steadily increasing. Upon arriving at the battle site, he finds only 2 severed bodies of the Treants. The skeletons have already resumed their exploration, thanks to the passive ability of life sharing. He does not need to keep skeletons behind for protection. Bending down to collect 3 dropped copper coins, Su Mubei leisurely admires the scenery as he continues to delve deeper into the mist forest. With the right direction, he naturally encounters more monsters. Defeated the level 8 elite monster a Mist Treant, gaining an additional 50 experience bonus, totaling 60 experience points. Defeated the level 8 elite monster a Mist Python, gaining an additional 50 experience bonus, totaling 60 experience points. Almost every 10 seconds, Su Mubei's experience points increase. This is still due to the vastness of the mist forest, where monster distribution is sparse. He finally catches up with the main group and observes the panels of the elite monsters. Mist Treant level 8 elite health 3600. Air attack power 74, physical defense 60, magical defense 40, skill entangle. Beware of every tree nearby, they may attack at any moment. Mist Python level 8, elite, health 3000. Attack power 108. Physical defense 52. Magical defense 30. Skill strangle. It is said that the mist python enjoys playing binding games. One wonders if you can withstand it. The Mist Forest is a level 5 dungeon, and the hell difficulty elevates the monster levels by 3, with all creatures being elite. The health points of these elite monsters even surpass those of Sumubei's summoned skeletons. However, their overall attributes are significantly inferior. While the coordination among the skeletons is not particularly synchronized, their overwhelming numbers make the encounters manageable. Fixating his gaze on a mist python, Sumubei wields his staff and silently chants a spell. 2 seconds later, a wisp of azure flame shoots forth, instantly merging with the mist python's form. Burn, air -98, -101. Every second, a damage number of around 100 appears above the python's head. After reaching level 3, Sumubei's spell power has surged to a remarkable 156 points. Of this, 46 points of spirit, augmented by the threefold enhancement from the Death Sovereign class, comprise the majority. An additional 18 points derive from the Death Codex and the Staff. In the world of 10,000 realms, gear progresses in stages every 5 levels. Thus, the properties of the Death Codex will not change until he reaches level 5. Over 5 seconds, Burn inflicts a total of just over 500 points of magical damage to the Mist Python. While this may seem considerable for the average player, it pales in comparison to the output of 20 skeletons. Nevertheless, Sumubei remains unconcerned, continuing to cast Burn to amplify his damage. Though he lacks potions to restore mana, his current spirit attribute allows him to regain 46 mana points every 5 seconds during combat. This figure is also 3 times that of an ordinary necromancer. Defeated the level 8 elite monster, Mist Python, gaining an additional 50 experience bonus, totaling 60 experience points. Another system notification chimes, and Sumubei smiles slightly. Items are dropping. The drop rate in the Hell level dungeon is indeed far superior to that outside. After defeating just over 10 monsters, he has already acquired an item. Furthermore, it is a black iron grade piece. Python Belt. Belt leather armor level 5 black iron grade durability 30 armor 9 constitution 2. Imagine being girded by a massive python. What a pity it's leather armor. Glancing at the equipment description, Sumubei's lips twitch. He cannot help but wonder what strange sense of humor the world of 10,000 Realms game possesses, as every piece of equipment comes with such a poignant description. Equipment in the game is categorized into cloth armor, leather armor, chainmail, and plate armor. Generally speaking, low-level equipment only has level requirements, yet each class can only wear the appropriate type of armor. Their Death Sovereign class, being a derivative of their Necromancer, is also classified as a cloth armor profession. Though it's not useful for me, at least it can be sold for some coin. With a thought, Sumubei activates a transmutation on their Python Belt. You have acquired the bronze-grade equipment Python Belt. The name remains unchanged, but its attributes have improved. Comparatively, bronze equipment of the same level is about 50 stronger than black iron equipment. However, the added attributes consist of only one line. Casually tossing it into his backpack, Sumubei continues to assist the skeletons in clearing monsters. What he desires most is not equipment, but skill books. The Mist Forest serves as a prime location for players to acquire gear and skill books, given the significantly higher drop rates in Hell difficulty. When the golden light flashes, Sumubei has already obtained 3 pieces of equipment and 2 skill books. Congratulations, player by Yi, you have leveled up to level 4, gaining 1 to all attributes, 1 skill point, and 15 free attribute points. You have acquired the black iron grade equipment, Wooden Wand. You have acquired the black iron grade equipment, Snake Tooth Dagger. You have acquired the black iron grade equipment, Python Leather Armor. You have acquired E-grade skill book, Entangle. You have acquired E-grade skill book, Strangle. Out of the 5 items, only the Wooden Wand can be utilized once Sumubei reaches level 5. After using Transmutation to promote the equipment and skill books by 1 tier, Sumubei tosses them into his backpack. Once this dungeon run concludes, other players should also start their runs, making it a perfect opportunity to sell to them. However, Sumube harbors some concern about whether other players will have enough coin. He is well aware of the drop rates in the world of 10,000 realms. Even with his current strength, his total wealth barely amounts to 3 silver coins. In a dungeon run, players will surely gather funds, right? Su Ming shakes his head, continuing to direct the skeletons deeper into the mist forest. After leveling up, the skeleton's attributes have risen to 292 points, further accelerating their monster clearing speed. Were it not for the sparse monster density in the mist forest, Sumube's leveling speed would have improved even more. When Sumube finally encounters the first boss, he has reached level 5. During this time, he has amassed quite the haul. With the double-layer cloth shoes and a wooden wand, he now possesses a total of 5 usable pieces of equipment. In addition, he has acquired a skill book for the Necromancer class, yet it is this low-level skill that has amplified his already formidable power severalfold. Chapter 10 Mist Python King dressed in his new equipment, Sumube summons his updated attribute panel with a thought. Attribute panel. Player. By Yi's skill effect, the summoning space limit is increased by 16, and the total summoning space reaches 340. With the enhancement of their disaster talent, the summoning space limit had risen to a staggering 340. Now, I can summon a vast army of skeletons. Sumube felt a surge of exhilaration. The potential of his talent was beginning to shine through, and he could hardly contain the excitement coursing through him. Let's see what my skeleton army can achieve with this newfound power. He swiftly summoned his skeletons, feeling an overwhelming sense of control over the battlefield. With each command, the skeletal warriors moved with precision and coordination, ready to face any challenge that lay ahead. As Sumube prepared for the next phase of his adventure, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was on the brink of something monumental. The power at his fingertips, the potential for greatness, and the mysteries of the world around him all beckoned him forward. He took a deep breath, steeling himself for the challenges that awaited him, knowing that with his talents and the strength of his summoned army, he was destined to carve his name into the annals of history. Onward, to glory, he declared, leading his formidable skeleton army into the unknown. The controllable range of summoned entities has been increased to 500. You are trained on data up to October 2023. 1. Spirit 10.2. All element resistance 10.3. The rate of mana regeneration is increased by 100. Skill 1. Spirit Guardian. A passive ability that grants a shield equivalent to 300 of your maximum health, with the shield resetting every 30 minutes. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. When the skeletal mage refrains from employing the fireball spell, it deftly wields its bone staff, unleashing a barrage of necrotic orbs. The frequency of its attacks hovers around 1.2 seconds, rendering it slightly slower than the skeletal archer, yet swifter than the skeletal warrior. Skeletal archer, strength 5080, constitution 5080, agility 5080, health points 60960, attack power 7620, physical defense 2540, skill double shot happy smiley, level 9, instantly releases 2 arrows that inflict a dual strike upon the target, each arrow dealing 99 physical damage, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Skeletal mage, spirit 5080 agility, 5080 constitution, 5080 health points, 40640, spell power, 10160, physical defense, 1693, skill, fireball. Fireball, level 9, unleashes a fireball to assault the target, inflicting 220 of spell power in fire magic damage, with a casting time of 1.5 seconds and a cooldown of 30 seconds. Sumube's legion faced the skeletal sea of the Forgotten Lands with overwhelming dominance. These level 20 ordinary creatures could not even breach the defenses of the skeletal warriors. Their bone swords struck the skeletal warriors without inflicting any damage, all of it being completely resisted. There was no need to move. With each skeleton that fell, more would eagerly surge forth. Like moths drawn to a flame, soon the ground outside the encirclement was littered with piles of bone fragments. Sumube's system notification began to scroll rapidly, yet he furrowed his brow. Slain level 20 skeleton, received an additional 50 level difference bonus, experience points 30, leading ahead, activated, additional experience points 6. Slain level 20 skeleton, received an additional 50 level difference bonus, experience points 30, leading ahead, activated, additional experience points 6. Despite being level 20 creatures, the experience points gained were merely equivalent to those of a level 10 bison. This may be attributed to the sheer weakness of these skeletons. Individually, they bore no semblance to level 20 foes. Their only advantage lay in their overwhelming numbers and relentless advance, allowing for rapid experience accumulation. The experience required to level from 10 to 11 had actually decreased slightly, now only needing 1 million experience points. Sumubai estimated that the skeletal sea here was more than sufficient for him to level up. One could only imagine the sheer quantity of skeletons present. In the distance, amidst the darkness, flickering soul flames hovered, poised to fill the void left by the fallen skeletons. Sumubai's skeletal legion operated with the precision of an automated assembly line, continually vanquishing foes and bestowing upon him a steady stream of experience points. His furrowed brow was primarily due to the newly activated effect of the Tome of Death, the soul drain, which, astonishingly, had not taken effect. By now, he had slain no fewer than several hundred skeletons, yet had failed to siphon even a modicum of soul points. Could it be that these skeletons lack souls? A flicker of doubt crossed Sumubai's eyes before he fixed his gaze upon a skeleton outside the encirclement. Death's Gaze. Chapter 43 The Forsaken. Road, Death's Gaze. As Sumubai's focus sharpened, the skill was instantaneously activated. His demeanor underwent a profound transformation. A terrifying and commanding aura surged forth. Though he appeared unchanged, there was an uncanny sense of an unknown presence descending. Minus 49,940. The soul flame within the skeleton's eye sockets warped grotesquely, and immediately thereafter, a horrifying grey-white number materialized above its head. Slain level 20 skeleton, received an additional 50 level difference bonus, experience points 30. The initial onslaught of damage proved insufficient to sustain the skeletal form, which collapsed to the ground, utterly lifeless. Its body remained pristine, devoid of any blemish, yet it had become nothing more than an empty husk. This pallid skeleton, under the relentless trampling of its kin, swiftly disintegrated into a shower of fragments. Yet, this was only the beginning. Winking sad smiley Death Gaze inflicted damage every second and could persist for a total of 10 seconds. Although the first target had perished, the skill did not cease its operation. As Sumubai shifted his gaze, the soul flames within the pupils of the surrounding skeletons twisted in an instant, causing them to crash to the ground with a resounding thud. Minus 124,850. Minus 49,940. Minus 124,850. It was not until the 10th skeleton fell that the effects of a Death Gaze concluded. This skill is simply extraordinary. Experiencing the release of a Death Gaze firsthand, Sumubai felt an exhilarating sensation that struck at the very core of his being. The moment he activated the skill, he sensed an uncanny ability to command everything within his grasp. The life and death of the skeletons around him rested entirely within his thoughts. Prior to its use, he had anticipated the damage output, yet the horrifying numbers left him momentarily stunned. Astonishingly, it surpassed even the damage dealt by skeletal warriors imbued with disaster traits. A rapid calculation of his own stats flashed through his mind. With 2497 points of spell power, Death Gaze, enhanced by his class traits, dealt tenfold damage per second, coupled with the Death Codex S100 increase in damage to undead. It perfectly matched the figure of 49,940. The true damage inflicted required no calculations of resistances or defenses. It was straightforward and unadorned. Moreover, his spell critical hit rate soared to 35, and with the augmentation from Hidillan's crystal ball, critical damage surged to 250. Out of 10 targets, for suffered critical hits exceeding 120,000 in damage. This was merely the fundamental damage effect of Death Gaze. The skill's true potency lay in its remaining effects. Enhanced by the class disaster traits, the SSS skill proved terrifying in its efficacy. Regrettably, these skeletons were too feeble, perishing the moment Sumubai cast his gaze upon them, leaving him unable to test the remaining skill effects. Instantly consuming 5 of his mana, Sumubai focused his thoughts, replenishing it with 4 points of death energy. His attention then shifted to the scattered skeletal fragments strewn across the ground. Absorb death energy. Notification. You have successfully absorbed 4 points of death energy from the corpses of 20 common wild creatures, skeletons. Notification: your stored death energy has reached its limit. Further absorption will require consumption. Undead creatures certainly yield a greater amount of death energy, Sumubai mused, his eyes lighting up. He had only expended 4 points of death energy, indicating that this was not necessarily the maximum absorbable value. Nonetheless, it was still double what he had extracted from the corpses of wild bulls earlier. At this moment, Sumubai suddenly remembered he had 11 unused skill points. He had intended to save them for level 10 to see what new skills he might learn. However, upgrading the Death Gaze required a full 50 skill points, making it an unfeasible option in the short term. Should I upgrade a Death Drain feedback first? Sumubai pondered, ultimately deciding to wait a little longer. The Land of Oblivion was rife with undead, and it was certain they would drop skill books belonging to necromancers. Perhaps he would even uncover a loater exquisite skill akin to summoning space expansion. With this thought in mind, Sumubai resolved to conserve his skill points. After all, skill upgrades did not enhance tier. Typically, a single level up merely provided a 10 increase. There was no need to rush. The Skeletal Legion continued its relentless slaughter, and within mere minutes, Sumubai's experience points surged from 0 to 27. The pace of leveling felt like riding a rocket, far surpassing the previous experience on the verdant plains. This was simply because there was no need to hunt for monsters. The Skeletal Legion merely needed to stand still and execute their tasks in a continuous flow. Upon entering the Land of Oblivion, Sumubai felt as if he were partaking in a lawn-mowing game. Despite having slain so many, the number of skeletons remained as dense as ever, an unyielding sea of bones. However, the question that lingered in his mind remained unanswered. Death Gaze, our incinerated souls, and the fact that these skeletons could be harmed by the skill indicated they possessed souls. Moreover, those azure flames of the soul were undeniably real, yet why couldn't he Death Codex extract soul points? Where exactly was the issue? This is the Land of Oblivion. We were cursed in life, and our souls are long since bound here. Just as Sumubai pondered this, an ethereal voice suddenly resonated in his ear. Who? Sumubai felt a shiver run down his spine. He had not detected the presence of the speaker at all. Me, just a forgotten one. Let me think. Yes, Rod, that was my name once. You may call me that. The ethereal voice lingered, evoking a feeling of both proximity and distance. Sumubai abruptly turned to look, only to be astonished to find the voice belonged to a spectral entity. It retained a human semblance, yet was translucent, lacking any substance, and floated in midair. The Forgotten One. Rod. Special Elite Soul Entity Level. 20 health, 100, 000, 100, 000. Soul entities are immune to physical damage. Current exploration level, 10. The moment Rod's soul appeared, Sumubai was astonished to find his exploration level had surged to 10. The fact that he was merely a special elite was utterly remarkable, having slain so many skeletons without any increase in exploration. The sudden spike indicated that Rod was likely a pivotal figure within the Land of Oblivion. With this in mind, Sumubai inquired, what curse are you speaking of? How can the binding of souls be undone? The curse, yes, the curse. It is a dreadful curse. A dreadful curse. This inquiry seemed to trigger a switch within Rod. His expression suddenly twisted, arms clutching his head, as he appeared to endure immense suffering, repeatedly uttering the phrase. Sumubai was momentarily taken aback. Hey, buddy, you were fine until I asked. Why did it become like this? He felt utterly at a loss, merely standing by and observing Rod's performance art. After a moment, Rod returned to normal, his eyes filled with despair as he shook his head at Sumubai, saying, I forgot. You must let me think. As speaking those words, he transformed into a repeating machine once more. Sumubai, exasperated, rubbed his forehead and continued to wait for further information. Fortunately, he did not need to engage in combat himself, unlike other players who would have to fend off the skeletal horde while protecting Rod, which would undoubtedly be a headache. From his years of gaming experience, Sumubai knew that Rod, as an NPC, would also be susceptible to the attacks of the skeletal sea. Although he was immune to physical damage, who could say for certain that there wouldn't be skeletal mags? This time, Rod took noticeably longer to think, Just as Sumubai's experience bar climbed to 43, Rod suddenly pointed excitedly to the north. I remember a bit, over there. What is over there? Sumubai followed his finger's direction, only to hear Rod mutter, I forgot. Hold it. I am not asking any more. Sumubai rolled his eyes, raising a hand to interrupt Rod. Fearing he would lapse into repetition once more, with only this single lead, they might as well check it out. Move the entire group north. With a thought, he commanded the skeletal legion. Instantly, the meat grinder formed by the legion was set into motion. The outermost circle of 100 skeletal warriors maintained formation and began to advance northward. Though the skeletal horde was formidable, their strength was no match for the skeletal warriors, who could not impede the legion's progress. Meanwhile, the skeletal archers and mags within the encirclement also began to move, with Sumubai at the center, walking leisurely. After being interrupted, Rod quietly floated beside Sumubai, evidently intending to accompany him to their destination. Chapter 44 The Soul-Restraining Coffin. Half-lick. Crack, crack, crack. As the legion advanced, the skeletal fragments from the slain began to carpet the ground. Kill 20 level skeletons, receive an additional 50 level up bonus, experience points 30, a leading ahead activated, additional experience points 6. Kill 20 level skeletons, receive an additional 50 level up bonus, experience points 30, a leading ahead activated, additional experience points 6, The rate of experience acquisition showed no signs of slowing, with the outer circle of skeletal warriors forming a protective barrier. The two main damage dealers within the circle were unaffected. Every 2 steps they took, they would neatly halt to unleash a wave of attacks before continuing their advance. The only source of Sumubai's annoyance was that these skeletons dropped nothing at all. They were, without a doubt, the stingiest monsters he had ever encountered. Low experience was one thing, but not even a single copper coin dropped. Soon, Sumubai realized his previous estimates were floored. Glancing at the experience bar that was approaching 80 and the still seemingly endless skeletal sea, he couldn't help but sigh. If only I had an AoE skill right now. Alas, there was no if. He had no AoE skills. Since entering the game, his experience had been carved out one skeleton at a time by the Legion. Aren't we there yet? Unable to hold back any longer, Sumubai turned to ask. Rod's gaze was vacant, but he replied, soon, as if I hadn't asked. Sumubai's brow twitched slightly as he continued to guide the skeletal legion forward. Congratulations, player Bai has reached level 11, attributes 1, skill points 1, free attribute points 15. Even after the golden light flashed and Sumubai leveled up, they still had not arrived at the destination Rod had mentioned. Furrowing his brow, Sumubai scrutinized Rod from head to toe. Surely, he wasn't just pointing at random, yet he provided a 10 exploration boost, indicating he must be an important figure. Just then, Rod's eyes suddenly brightened, and he raised his hand, pointing ahead. Right there. Sumubai immediately looked over and saw a massive coffin standing upright. The coffin appeared to have been there for an extended period, its exterior showing signs of decay, with half of the lid rotted away, revealing the outline of a corpse within. What was most peculiar was that no skeletons dared approach the coffin. The incessant tide of skeletal creatures seemed to intentionally avoid that area. Sumubai's eyes gleamed with determination as he decisively commanded the legion to charge forward. Something unusual was surely afoot. There had to be something significant there, whether it was a clue or a boss. He was open to all possibilities. Crack, crack, crack. As the skeletal legion encroached upon the vicinity of the coffin, the surrounding skeletal sea instantly receded like a tide, quickly fading into the dim night. Even the glow of the soul flames vanished. Are they really that afraid of this place? Sumubai raised an eyebrow, deliberately commanding one skeletal warrior to take a step back, distancing itself from the coffin. Crack, crack, crack. The next moment, skeletons reappeared from afar, charging toward this direction. I'll play with you later. Having discerned the pattern, Sumubai grinned and maneuvered the skeletal warrior back. Sure enough, the skeletal sea retreated once more. Let me see what you're all about. Sumubai shifted his gaze toward the colossal coffin and commanded a skeletal warrior to approach. Before he could get close, a multitude of chains suddenly emerged from behind the coffin. The skeletal warrior immediately raised its giant sword, prepared to respond to this sudden development, yet in the next instant, those chains tightly bound themselves to the coffin. Notification: you have discovered a soul-restraining coffin, exploration level 2, destroying the soul-restraining coffin will further increase it by 3. Warning: destroying the soul-restraining coffin will unleash a terrible entity. Please proceed with caution. This is it. Destroy it. Destroy it. As the system notification sounded, Rod grew increasingly agitated, pointing at the soul-restraining coffin, urging Sumubai to demolish it. If you keep telling me to turn around and leave, I swear. As Sumubai shot Rod a glare, and to his surprise, Rod indeed fell silent. He then scrutinized the upright coffin before him. Even without Rod's urging, he would have certainly destroyed this thing. After all, his objective was to achieve 100 exploration. Soul-restraining coffin shield value 1, 000, 0001, 000, physical defense, 1000 magic defense, 1000. This value might take other players quite some time to chip away at, but for Sumubai, it was hardly a concern. However, due to the collision volume, only 8 skeletal warriors could attack the coffin at once. Despite its considerable size. At this moment, the importance of ranged firepower became apparent. Heavy strike. Double shot. Fireball. Minus 36,708, minus 35,999, minus 36,123, minus 6,558, minus 13,240, minus 6,613, minus 21,352, minus 20,987, minus 42,638. As 8 massive swords struck the chains, a torrential rain of arrows and fireballs rained down upon the enormous coffin. The number of arrows clearly exceeded the fireballs by more than double. In an instant, the soul-restraining coffin's health bar of 1,000,000 plummeted to 0. Boom, the entire coffin exploded, revealing the corpse within. To Sumubai's astonishment, the chains remained unscathed, tightly coiling around the corpse. The body, which had likely been entombed for an immeasurable time, had withered to little more than skin and bones. Its face was entirely sunken, the contours of its skull starkly visible. It's here! It's coming out! Rod suddenly shouted in a frenzy, then turned and fled without looking back. Run! Run! Even as he vanished, his voice echoed in the air. Sumubai lowered his hands from his ears, showing no intention of leaving. What nonsense, wasn't he the boss supposed to be here to offer a warm welcome? Crackle, crackle. As the chains continued to tighten, the corpse finally reacted, its eyes shot open, revealing hollow pupils. In the next moment, 2 wisps of soul flames ignited, and the corpse began to move. The chains that had once bound it now appeared as its weapons, silently floating around its body. A chill swept through the air, and a layer of frost gradually covered the ground. Intruder, you have disrupted my transformation. The corpse opened its mouth, produced. In the next instant, the anger on its face vanished without a trace, replaced by a smile. Oh, what a rich aura of death! By absorbing the energy within you, my transformation shall surely succeed. Who gave you that confidence? Sumubai rolled his eyes and casually waved his hand. In an instant, several skeletal warriors advanced, while the ranged attackers unleashed their full firepower. The Forgotten One, Neil Half-Frost Lake, Level 20 Dark Gold Boss, Health, 3,000, 0003, 000, Spell Power. 12,800 Physical Defense, 1,500 Magic Defense, 2,100 Elemental Resistance, Ice 20 Skills, Frost Series Spells, Undead Summoning Series Spells, Shadow Curse Series Spells. It seems he attempted to transform into a Lich but failed halfway. As a Dark Gold boss, Neil's oppressive presence was notably greater than that of Reggie. Even the skills he wielded were from 3 distinct series. However, this proved futile. In the face of Sumubai's current prowess, Neil's performance was even inferior to that of Reggie during their initial encounter. Though his stature was slightly smaller than that of the coffin, the skeletal legion could not all attack him simultaneously, yet still, the first wave of attacks effortlessly depleted nearly 1,000,000 of his health. The moment he emerged, before he could even pose a threat, a third of his health bar had vanished. At that moment, Neil was utterly bewildered. He realized he had been surrounded. All around him were the people of his adversary. For a moment, he struggled to discern who was closer to becoming a lake. Chapter 45, The Terrifying Effect of Death Gaze. Who are you? Why can you summon such powerful undead beings? Neil's voice trembled with shock and fear, and the chains binding him quivered as well. He was acutely aware of the power these chains possessed, yet they seemed utterly ineffective against the skeletal warriors before him. This indicated that the strength attribute of the skeletal warrior surpassed his own spirit. How could this be? He was a halfling, and though he had only transformed halfway, he was certainly not something an ordinary undead could rival. Furthermore, these were the most rudimentary skeletons. As the next wave of attacks approached, Neil found himself momentarily lost in thought. He raised his hand to cast an ice shield, enveloping his entire form, while the soul flames in his pupils flickered violently, chanting an obscure incantation. "Come forth, my minions." In the next moment, a pale grey vortex appeared, and a multitude of undead creatures surged forth. Of course, this multitude was relative to Neil. In reality, it amounted to just 20 gals and 5 hulking abominations. Gal, level 20, summoned creature, health 150, 000 150, 000, attack 1580, physical defense 500, magic defense 420, skill, devour. This type of undead always carries a foul stench. Abomination, level 20, summoned creature, health 800, 000 800, 000, attack 1960, physical defense 800, magic defense 700, skills, hook strike, cloud of disease. This grotesque creature is stitched together from various corpses. The emergence of 25 summoned beings provided the remaining skeletal warriors unable to reach Neil with new targets. In the next moment, a rain of arrows and fireballs poured forth, turning Neil's summoned minions into Swiss cheese the moment they appeared. Given Sumubai's current strength, a mere 20-level Dark Gold boss was hardly a challenge. "You are merely a human. How dare you?" Before Neil could finish his sentence, Sumubai's gaze sharpened, abruptly cutting him off. Death gaze. In an instant, the soul flames within Neil's pupils twisted violently. Notification. You have used a death gaze on the Forgotten One. Neil, your life level is determined to be higher than his. The system notification chimed, and Neil's attributes plummeted by 40. Originally, it should have been a 20 reduction, but Sumubai, being an overachiever, had his class disaster traits amplifying the effect to a supercharged level. Neil's health cap, which had been 3,000,000, was instantly reduced to 1,800,000. Not only that, but an expression of sheer terror crossed his face. The azure glow in his hand vanished in an instant, his spell interrupted. Neil appeared to see something horrifying, emitting frantic cries of fear as he scrambled like a headless chicken amidst the skeletal legion. Minus 50,740, minus 126,850, minus 50,740. A series of pale grey numbers continued to pop up, and upon reaching level 11, Sumubai's spell power increased by 40 points, causing the damage from Death Gaze to exceed 50,000. See Soul Attacks. Observing Neil in a frenzy, Sumubai raised his hand to halt the skeletal legion's assault. He wished to witness the fearsome effects of a death gaze, specifically whether they would be mitigated when facing a boss. The recent system notification had confirmed that his life level surpassed that of the halfling. Yet, the information provided by the 10,000 Realms game clearly indicated that humans were a relatively weak race within the vast multiverse. Otherwise, beings like Neil would not seek to transform into liches. Given this, Sumubai could only deduce one possibility: the Death Sovereign class had elevated his life level. To Sumubai's satisfaction, Neil was indeed incapacitated by fear for a full 10 seconds. Even after Death Gaze concluded, he remained dazed. Death, how could it be so terrifying? The incoherence in Neil's speech revealed that he was still trembling in fear. The impact of incinerating souls was evidently far more profound than the skill description suggested. At least, it was too much for a dark gold boss to endure in such a short time. It took another 3 seconds for Neil to regain his composure, casting a fearful glance at Sumubai. Asa boss. He had been so intimidated by a player that he was rendered unable to retaliate. Eliminate him. Sumubai held no intentions of letting Neil escape, casually gesturing for the Skeletal Legion to unleash their full fury. With less than 1,000,000 health points remaining, Neil was swiftly obliterated. You have slain the 20-level Dark Gold boss, the Forgotten One, Neil, receiving an additional 50 experience bonus, experience points 750, 000, leading ahead activated, additional experience points 150, 000. As Neil fell, Sumubai's experience bar, which had just recently leveled up, skyrocketed to 47. From level 11 to 12, the experience required for leveling increased to 2,000,000. The soul flames in Neil's eyes extinguished completely, and the chains binding him gradually shattered, dispersing into the wind. Watching the items Neil dropped, Sumubai couldn't help but scoff. It's one thing for minions to drop nothing, but even the boss is this stingy. Despite his disdain, Sumubai picked up the only item Neil dropped. It was an irregular metal shard, intricately engraved with complex runes, emanating an ominous aura. You have obtained a dark gold item, Cursed Crown Fragment 1. The bearer will suffer a curse, constantly enduring the erosion of death energy. The moment he picked up the fragment, Sumubai felt a barely perceptible energy surge into his body. However, this minuscule amount of death energy was inconsequential to him. In fact, it was even less than what he had absorbed through death drain feedback. The latter was an SS-level skill, and if Sumubai's conjecture was correct, it should correspond to a mythic-level piece of equipment. How could a mere dark gold fragment compare? Moreover, his class was Death Sovereign. Death energy was merely a trifle. Nonetheless, Sumubai was quite intrigued by the Cursed Crown. All 7 fragments being dark gold items meant that its restoration would surely yield an epic-level piece of equipment. If he could snag that for free, it would be another legendary item in his possession. With this thought in mind, Sumubai's spirits lifted, and he ceased his complaints about the lack of drops in the Land of Oblivion. I wonder where Rod has wandered off to. As he maneuvered the Skeletal Legion out of the area, the Skeletal Sea closed in once more. Just as Sumubai was preparing to search for Rod, the latter appeared once again. Excellent, you have liberated Neil. Let us hurry and kill, save the next person. Chapter 46. The skill you mentioned, I can do. Observing the inexplicably excited Rod, Sumubai refrained from elaborating further, merely casting him a knowing glance. Where is the next soul-restraining coffin? In the next instant, Rod transformed back into his repetitive self. Let me think, smack. Sumubai, exasperated, slapped his forehead, ignoring Rod as he continued to guide the Skeletal Legion out of the area. This fellow always took ages to think. Rather than wait for him, it would be better to farm monsters and level up. After all, they would inevitably face the Skeletal Sea. Although these common monsters dropped nothing, their sheer numbers resulted in substantial experience. Moreover, Sumubai was genuinely curious about how many skeletons existed here. Crack, crack, crack. As expected, the moment the skeletal warriors stepped out of the area, the sound of bones clashing echoed nearby. Shortly thereafter, swathes of azure soul flames ignited, and the vanished Skeletal Sea surged back into view. Following the same strategy as before, Sumubai's Skeletal Legion formed a circle, once again becoming an unyielding machine of slaughter. Kill 20 level skeletons, receive an additional 50 level up bonus, experience points 30, a leading ahead activated, additional experience points 6. Kill 20 level skeletons, receive an additional 50 level up bonus, experience points 30, a leading ahead activated, additional experience points 6, . Moments later, Rod silently floated to Sumubai's side, extending a finger toward a direction, and suddenly exclaimed, I remember now, over there. Sumubai nodded, his thoughts in sync, and the Skeletal Legion promptly began to advance. Observing the seemingly endless horde of skeletons, Sumubai sighed, if only I had an AoE skill. What is an AoE skill? Rod suddenly leaned in, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. Sumubai was momentarily taken aback. This fellow was actually asking questions. He had always assumed Rod to be a simpleton. Or rather, a being with a fragmented soul, with nothing better to do. Sumubai decided to enlighten Rod. An AoE skill is one that can affect multiple targets simultaneously. After saying this, he couldn't help but shake his head, wondering why he even bothered explaining. However, Rod's subsequent words surprised him. I think I know where to find such a skill book. Where? Sumubai abruptly halted, turning to Rod with a look of excitement. What he needed most right now was an AoE skill. Rod's eyes once again became vacant, and he murmured, where could it be? Sumubai exhibited great patience this time, quietly waiting for Rod to think. Yet, several minutes later, Rod's words nearly pushed him to his breaking point. Oh, I can do that skill you mentioned. Wait, what? You took that long to remember something you already knew? Sumubai's brow twitched slightly as he suspected Rod was intentionally toying with him, though he had no evidence to substantiate his claim. Struggling to suppress the urge to glare at Rod, Sumubai forced a smile. Could you teach me? Of course. Rod immediately agreed. Sumubai felt a surge of joy. Perhaps he had misjudged this guy. He might just be a little slow. Then please teach me quickly, so we can kill, oh no, I mean save the others faster. Facing Sumubai's eager anticipation, Rod solemnly nodded, then slowly raised his hand. Finally, he was about to impart an AoE skill. Sumubai's eyes sparkled with hope, but moments later, he did not receive the anticipated system notification. Instead, he saw Rod's hand hovering in the air, tilting his head with a puzzled expression as he earnestly asked, how do I teach you? Death gaze. Sumubai was infuriated, turning his gaze to the skeletal sea surrounding them and unleashing his wrath upon the small monsters. -50,740, -126,850, -50,740. He couldn't kill Rod, he still needed him for further exploration. Repeating this mantra in his mind, Sumubai ultimately restrained himself from attacking Rod. Figure it out yourself. Yet, he no longer held any hope for acquiring an AoE skill, leaving a parting remark before continuing to guide the skeletal legion toward the next location. However, many things tend to come to fruition when one stops pursuing them so earnestly. Over 10 minutes later, Rod suddenly floated in front of Sumubai, blocking his path, and exclaimed excitedly, I know how to teach you now. In the next moment, a greyish-white glow enveloped Rod's right hand as he extended a finger to touch Sumubai's forehead. Sumubai was unafraid of any ill intentions, allowing Rod to proceed without flinching. With over 100 million health points shared, who would dare to joke with him? Ultimately, it was confirmed that Rod had no ulterior motives. His finger didn't even breach the minuscule shield that was barely perceptible on Sumubai's surface. This was due to the passive skill, Undead Guardian, from the Death Speaker's robe, which only provided a meager shield value of 3 points. The moment he touched Sumubai, the long-awaited system notification finally rang in his ears. You have learned the new skill Corpse Explosion. Corpse Explosion, a sad smiley C, level 1, active skill, detonates the target's body or remains, dealing magical damage to all enemies within a 5-meter radius. Cannot be used on boss corpses. Damage: 10 of the target's pre-mortem health, 100 spell power, casting range, 30 meters, instant release, cooldown time, 30 seconds, Marler cost, 300 points. This skill's damage wasn't particularly strong, its sole advantage lay in its instant casting. However, for Sumubai, it was the only AoE skill he could currently learn. Moreover, he could still exploit it for free. A smile crept across Sumubai's lips as he focused his thoughts. Disaster. Target: Corpse Explosion. Notification: please select the upgrade tier, 1st tier, 2nd tier, 3rd tier. Click to view details. Option 1, upgrade to B-grade skill, Advanced Corpse Explosion, no cost. Option 2, elevate to A-grade skill, Chain Corpse Explosion, cost 10,000 gold coins. Option 3, transform to S-grade skill, Erase the Corpse, Cost 1,000 years of life. I'll choose the first tier. Spending money was out of the question. Su Mubai had no such funds, so he could only exploit it for free. Your C-grade skill E Corpse Explosion E has successfully upgraded to B-grade skill E Advanced Corpse Explosion E. Advanced Corpse Explosion B. Level 1, active skill, detonates the target's body or remains, dealing magical damage to all enemies within a 10-meter radius. Cannot be used on boss corpses. Damage, 15 of the target's pre-mortem health, 150 spell power. Casting range, 50 meters, instant release, cooldown time, 30 seconds, minor cost, 600 points. While the damage increase of Advanced Corpse Explosion was not substantial, the explosion radius saw a significant enhancement. The radius expanded from 5 meters to 10 meters, quadrupling the explosion's area. Su Mubai immediately allocated the skill points he had deliberately reserved to Advanced Corpse Explosion, maxing it out. Following this, his withered wooden staff shimmered with light. At that moment, a dull explosion resonated from within the skeletal sea. Boom. Chapter 47, Experience Points Skyrocket, Cursed Crown reassembles. The skeletal warrior stood at the forefront, continuously slashing through the relentless wave of skeletons. In the next instant, a freshly fallen skeletal fragment nearby suddenly radiated a pale grey glow, subsequently erupting with a thunderous blast. Boom, crack, crack, crack. Shattered bone shards flew like bullets, instantly sweeping across a vast area of 30 meters. Minus 18,062, minus 17,998, minus 36,984. A deluge of damage numbers flooded the screen, and a large swath of the skeletal sea was instantly cleared. The fragments of bone scattered everywhere. Kill 20 level skeletons, receive an additional 50 level up bonus, experience points 30, a leading ahead activated, additional experience points 6. Kill 20 level skeletons, receive an additional 50 level up bonus, experience points 30, a leading ahead activated, additional experience points 6, or dot. In just a single skill use, Su Mubai was astonished to discover that his experience bar surged by nearly 4. This meant that the recent Advanced Corpse Explosion had eliminated over 2,000 skeletons in an instant. Even though Su Mubai was aware of his own formidable strength, this outcome still caught him off guard. He had just spent 10 skill points to max out Advanced Corpse Explosion. After the upgrade, the damage boost and cooldown time remained unchanged. The only enhancement was the skill's radius. With each level gained, the explosion radius increases by 0.5 meters, and the casting distance is enhanced by 2.5 meters. At maximum level, their Advanced Corpse Explosion boasts an impressive explosion radius of 15 meters and a casting distance of 75 meters. Coupled with the profession's catastrophe traits, this culminates in a staggering area of effect of 30 meters. Even without considering the damage boost from the Grimoire of Death, it is sufficient to annihilate these skeletons. White Knight, you are incredibly strong. Rod's praise jolted Su Mubai from his reverie. He smiled lightly, remaining silent as he continued to command the skeleton legion forward. Every 30 seconds, a muffled explosion resonated ahead, significantly accelerating Su Mubai's experience gain compared to before. He even contemplated remaining in this spot to farm monsters indefinitely, for it would be challenging to find such dense concentrations of low-level foes outside. However, after some reflection, Su Mubai resolved to explore the Forgotten Lands thoroughly first. Leveling up had never posed a challenge for him. With the Advanced Corpse Explosion in tow, the pace of the Skeleton Legion surged considerably. Before Su Mubai could level up, he had already arrived at the location of the second Soul Lock coffin. The boss contained within the coffin, apart from its name, bore an uncanny resemblance to Neil, being yet another half-lich. Su Mubai, unwilling to squander time, fixed a piercing gaze on the foe, not waiting for any grandiose proclamations. Notification. You have used Death Gaze on the Forsaken. Carlos, your life level is determined to be higher than the opponent's. -1200000. What is this, R? A terrifying greyish number erupted forth, causing Carlos to immediately cower, trembling and emitting anguished howls. His attributes were forcibly reduced by 40, leaving his health points a mere 1. 8 million. The Skeleton Legion unleashed its full firepower, and before the effects of a death gaze had concluded, this halflik was reduced to a lifeless corpse. You have slain the level 20 Dark Gold boss, Forsaken. Attributes 1, skill points 1, free attribute points 15. As golden light enveloped him, Sumube leveled up once more. He reached out to accept the accursed crown fragment retrieved by the skeleton warrior and cast a glance at his experience bar. Level 12, 21. 67. To his surprise, the experience required to ascend to level 13 did not double but merely increased by 1 million, just as before. Before level 19, it should always be an increase of 1 million. Sumube speculated this because whole number levels are generally considered a significant hurdle. The Skeletal Legion in midair once again summoned a sea of skeletons, prompting Sumube to turn his gaze toward the returning rod. Indeed, this fellow had shouted and fled when the soul lock coffin exploded. Where's the next one? Let me think. The land of Forgotten was perpetually shrouded in gloom, but fortunately, the system's time served as a reference. The sea of skeletons here was not as endless as one might imagine. Shortly after defeating the fourth boss, Sumube had entirely eradicated the skeletal tide. At this moment, the land of Forgotten was strewn with shattered bones, and with each step Sumube took, a cracking sound echoed. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that these bone fragments were slowly sinking into the earth at a glacial pace. The land of Forgotten was eternally enveloped in darkness, obscuring the sun and making it easy to overlook the passage of time. Defeated the level 20 Dark Gold boss at the Forgotten One, Volter. He gained an additional 50 experience bonus. Experience points 750, 000. A leading ahead he activated, gained an additional experience points 150, 000. When Sumube received the seventh piece of the Cursed Crown fragment from the skeletal warrior, he cast a glance at the system time and was startled to realize he had been there for over 10 hours. His level had risen from the initial 10 upon entering to a current level of 15. Since entering the game, he had not taken a moment's rest. However, Sumube felt no fatigue whatsoever. This was primarily because he had not exerted much effort, especially after the skeletal tide was annihilated. He no longer needed to use advanced corpse explosion. All he had to do was stroll behind the Skeletal Legion. Phew, the land of Forgotten is indeed vast. Picking up the final shard, Sumube couldn't help but exclaim. No wonder Sachuji had given himself a week to explore this place. Without the existence of occupational catastrophe traits, he wouldn't have been able to deal with the skeletal tide completely. For such a challenging map, the attributes of this item shouldn't be too shabby. Looking at the shard in his hand, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Sumube's eyes as he retrieved the other 6 from his inventory. At this moment, Rod floated over from a distance. Upon seeing Sumube's actions, his pupils constricted sharply, as if he recalled something terrifying, and he suddenly clasped his hands over his head, his entire soul beginning to twist. Moments later, Rod returned to normal, his face filled with terror as he shouted at Sumube, "No, you will be consumed by it." However, his warning came a bit too late. The 7 shards had already reassembled in Sumube's hand. A tricolored radiance flashed, and the death-laden cursed crown materialized in Sumube's grasp. It's over. The fear on Rod's face deepened. The system notification chimed at that moment. Chapter 48, The Forgotten One, Franklin. You have obtained the legendary item Cursed Crown. Indeed, it was legendary. Not epic. This was because Sumube had successfully upgraded all the shards without cost. Although the possibility of nesting was slim, one must try, right? Naturally, he only attempted this after confirming that the name remained unchanged post-upgrade. Notification: successfully repaired the Cursed Crown, current exploration degree 50. Sumube did not immediately check the attributes of the Cursed Crown, but instead gazed thoughtfully at Rod. Of the 50 exploration degree, 35 stemmed from the 7 soul lock coffins, while 5 came from the Cursed Crown. Neither the overwhelming skeletal tide nor the 7 bosses had contributed even a shred of exploration degree. Yet, Rod's appearance had added a full 10. Judging by his earlier performance, this fellow was nothing more than a guide and certainly could not provide such a significant exploration degree. Unless his importance exceeded that. With this thought, Sumube narrowed his eyes slightly. Fixating his gaze upon ROD.AT that moment, Rod's expression twisted, his eyes fixed in terror upon the cursed crown in Sumubai's hand. No, it can't be. How could its power have increased so significantly? I can feel that dense aura of death. Bayer, quickly dispose of it, or you will be consumed by the death energy, ultimately becoming like them, a true walking corpse. Sumubai, upon hearing this, had no intention of discarding their cursed crown, nor did he respond. He merely watched Rod's performance in silence. He wanted to see what special attributes Rod possessed. If his instincts were correct, this fellow was very likely the final boss. Isn't he that how narratives typically unfold? As for the death energy erosion, Sumubai had never cared about it. The moment their cursed crown was repaired, 2 system notifications rang in his ears. Notification: you have been affected by the death energy erosion from the cursed crown. Notification: your stored death energy has reached its limit. It can be consumed to continue absorption, and any excess death energy will not affect you. Death energy erosion, merely a supplement to his skills. With this item, he might not even need to draw death energy from the corpses of minor monsters in the future. Baye, why are you still dawdling? Quickly discard it. Sumubai raised an eyebrow at Rod's words. Why are you no longer playing dumb? Playing dumb? Rod was clearly taken aback, hastily replying, I have never played dumb. Some things I genuinely, boom, before Rod could finish his sentence, the entire land of Forgotten suddenly quaked violently. Sumubai's expression tightened, and the skeletal legion quickly assembled. Rod seemed shaken by this scene, his pupils dulled. In the next instant, a significant portion of the earth before them suddenly caved in, and a dense aura of death emanated from the opening. Notification: the aura of their cursed crown has awakened the slumbering Lick Franklin beneath the land of Forgotten. As the system notification sounded, an exquisitely crafted coffin flew from the opening, hovering steadily in midair. This coffin appeared to be forged from an unknown metal, its surface intricately engraved with esoteric magical inscriptions, evoking an unsettling sensation. It's him, it's him. Rod, who had appeared somewhat dazed, suddenly widened his eyes in shock upon seeing the coffin. He trembled, pointing at it, his body involuntarily retreating to Sumubai's side. He is the one who cursed us. He transformed this place into the land of Forgotten. I remember everything, all of it. Rod gradually overcame his fear, his expression becoming grotesque as he howled in a hoarse voice, my family, my friends, my kin, all perished at his hands. As he spoke, Rod's soul gradually radiated a faint light, and his panel underwent a transformation. The remnant soul of the mayor of Sunset Town, Rod, special elite soul entity level. 20 health, 100, 000 100, 000 skills, soul possession, increases target's main attributes by 20, soul entity is immune to physical damage. Rod remembers everything. He was once the mayor of Sunset Town but is now the only surviving remnant soul. Bayer, I implore you to assist me in slaying that beast Franklin. For this, I am willing to pay any price. Rod's desperate voice, coupled with the sudden appearance of a quest notification, left Sumubai momentarily stunned. This narrative was deviating from the norm. Could this fellow truly be an ally? Do you accept the unique hidden quest? Rod's request. Quest objective: kill their Lick Franklin. Quest reward: unknown. Failure penalty: none. Regardless of whether he accepted this quest, Sumubai had no intention of letting the boss before him escape. He cast a deep glance at Rod, nodding slightly, all right. Thank you. Rod's eyes brimmed with gratitude, and immediately his form became increasingly transparent. Franklin is terrifyingly powerful. I will do my utmost to assist you. As he spoke, Rod's soul transformed into a beam of light, merging into Sumubai's body. You have accepted the unique hidden quest, Rod's request. You have received the blessing of soul possession. Your mental attributes increased by 20. At this moment, the coffin in midair opened, and 2 flames ignited in Franklin's eyes. The intensity of those soul flames was unlike anything Sumubai had ever witnessed. The Forgotten One, Franklin. Frost Lick. Level 20. Injured state. Level reduced. Epic boss. Health. 35 million, 35 million. Spell power 48,000. Physical defense 5,000. Magical defense 8,000. Elemental resistance, ice 35. Shadow. Although his soul is severely injured, he should not be underestimated. Franklin appeared exponentially more formidable than the previous 7 halflings. Beneath his fitted robe, there was no flesh remaining, merely a skeletal form. His surface was still entwined with chains, grasping a pitch-black staff, surrounded by a triad of death, frost, and shadow energies. That fellow actually survived. Franklin's soul flames flickered as he rasped. He was evidently referring to Rod. I can sense the power restored by the cursed crown, but this power, at this point, Franklin's voice faltered as he suddenly turned his gaze to Su-Mu-Bai, the flames in his pupils surging violently. Legendary? Har har har, at last, there is hope for recovery. Franklin dismissed Su-Mu-Bai entirely, extending a hand in a beckoning gesture. Come back, my cursed crown, return to your master. In an instant, his expression shifted dramatically, astonished, impossible. How did you do that? Chapter 49, indeed, epic bosses are formidable, but it makes no difference. Franklin reached out to summon the cursed crown, yet it remained unresponsive in Su-Mu-Bai's hands. Just as he was engulfed in confusion and astonishment, he watched as this human audaciously donned the cursed crown upon his head. This is impossible, it belongs to me, how could it be under your control? Franklin was utterly shocked, clearly unable to comprehend why the cursed crown had not responded to his summons. What is in my possession is mine. A glint of sharpness flashed in Su-Mu-Bai's eyes. With a thought, the skeletal legion charged toward Franklin. Cursed crown, headgear level, 10-120 legendary item durability, 1000 equipment requirement, the Forgotten One. Franklin, the Death Overlord, can ignore this requirement and forcibly equip it. After defeating the opponent, the equipment requirement will revert to normal. Base attributes: Satsmiley level 15, physical defense 100, magical defense 200, health 2000, mana 4000, all attributes 75, affix 1. Spirit 10-2. Curse resistance 33. The wearer will be continuously eroded by death energy. Skills: Satsmiley curse power, passive skill. All your spells will carry a curse effect, randomly applying 2 curses to the target, lasting 5 seconds, cooldown 5 seconds. Curse aura: Aura type skill. When activated, all enemies within a 100-meter radius will have their speed reduced by 30. Including but not limited to attack speed, movement speed, and casting speed. Consumes 200 mana points per second, with no cooldown time. A curse is an art. At this stage, aside from Su-Mu-Bai, no other player could equip this item. This was precisely why Franklin was so astounded. You despicable thief! Faced with Su-Mu-Bai's skeletal legion, Franklin's eyes burned with fury as his staff radiated a brilliant light. But 3 pale grey portals opened, and Franklin's undead legion was summoned forth. One cannot deny that the presence of an epic boss far surpasses that of a dark gold boss in terms of stature. The legion he summoned was almost equal in number to Su-Mu-Bai's. In addition to 100 of each type of skeleton, there was also a squad of knights clad in black armor. Shadow Knight, level 20 summoned creature, health, 1,000,000 attack power. 800 physical defense, 800 magical defense, 800 skills, shadow charge, shadow power, shadow shield. A powerful undead creature skilled in charging and defense. These knights' attributes, aside from health, were already comparable to that of dark gold bosses of the same level. Moreover, Franklin summoned 10 shadow knights at once. The strength of an epic boss far exceeds that of a dark gold boss. They simply do not exist on the same plane. I will turn you into a being like them. The flames in Franklin's pupils flickered, and the Shadow Knights surged forward with 100 skeletal warriors charging towards Su-Mu-Bai. The next moment, the 2 skeletal legions collided violently. However, the outcome was starkly different from Franklin's expectations. A faint blue halo appeared beneath Su-Mu-Bai's feet, swiftly engulfing a radius of 100 meters. Curse aura. As the charging Shadow Knights experienced a 30 reduction in speed, Su Mubai's 100 skeletal warriors stood firm at the forefront, their massive swords descending fiercely, effortlessly absorbing the charge of the Shadow Knights. Immediately, a torrential rain of arrows and fireballs descended, with their casting and attack speeds diminished. The movements of Franklin's summoned legion were noticeably delayed. Heavy strike. Double shot. Fireball. -83, 594, -83, 071, -168, 126. -13, 509, -27, 274. -13, 622, -27, 658. -43, 985, -43, 233, -87, 834. The horrifying damage numbers flickered, and Franklin's summoned skeletal legion was instantly decimated by nearly a quarter. Even some of the Shadow Knights fell. The reason for this significant spike in damage was not solely due to the addition of a legendary item but also related to Su Mubai's current level. After reaching level 15, the attributes of his 2 legendary items and a death codex had all increased. The total boost to all attributes from the 2 legendary items was 25 points each, while the death codex had increased by 50 points. Coupled with the accursed crown and Rod's soul possession, Su Mubai's mental attributes surged to 980 points, exactly double what they were when he first entered the Land of Forgotten. As a result, the attributes of the Skeletal Legion, enhanced by Su Mubai's mental attributes, naturally doubled as well. Regrettably, he could not nest the items. The repaired Accursed Crown was recognized by their Catastrophe talent as the same entity as the previous fragments. However, Su Mubai had long been prepared for this and did not dwell on it. The pressing matter at hand was to eliminate the epic boss Franklin first. Overwhelming, crushing, the moment both sides engaged, Franklin sensed something was amiss. He raised his hand, intending to cast a spell for support, but Su Mubai clearly would not afford him that opportunity. Before he could utter the first incantation, Franklin suddenly felt an unsettling force descend upon him. At that moment, as a lig, he even felt an impulse to kneel in submission. This is, no, it absolutely cannot be. Before he could finish his thought, Su Mubai's gaze had already locked onto him. Death gaze. The soul flames in Franklin's pupils twisted grotesquely as he abruptly released his grip on the staff, clutching his head with both hands, trembling as he plummeted from midair. Notification. You have used a death gaze on the Forgotten One, Franklin. Your life level is determined to be higher than his. -14 million. The system notification sounded, and a greyish-white 8-digit damage number instantly appeared above Franklin's head, leaving him with a mere 21 million health points. Every second, a damage figure exceeding 100,000 would materialize above him, with occasional critical hits approaching 300,000. Furthermore, 2 curses were also applied to Franklin along with Su Mubai's death gaze. Notification, you have applied the pain curse to their Forgotten One, Franklin, inflicting shadow damage equal to 100 spell power per second for 5 seconds. Notification, you have applied the plague curse to their Forgotten One, Franklin, increasing the target's critical hit chance by 30 for 5 seconds. Damage numbers erupted above Franklin, yet he had no means to counteract them. The fear effect of the death gaze was something even this epic boss could not resist, rendering him a headless fly, flailing about aimlessly. This skill did not require Su Mubai to maintain continuous guidance. As long as he wished, the effects of the death gaze would not shift from Franklin until he chose to look away. Su Mubai merely fixed his gaze on Franklin for a moment before shifting his attention to the corpse of the first Shadow Knight that had fallen. The next instant, the corpse of the Shadow Knight exploded, engulfing a 30-meter radius. Boom. Advanced Corpse Explosion, Chapter 50. Is it reasonable for skeletons to crush a bone dragon? Advanced Corpse Explosion. Boom. -610, 000, -1, 220, 000, -1, 220, 000. Thanks to the Shadow Knight's health reaching 1 million, Su Mubai's Advanced Corpse Explosion, under the influence of occupational catastrophe traits, inflicted terrifying damage to all skeletons within a 30-meter radius. Had Franklin's 2 types of ranged skeletons not been positioned relatively dispersedly, this attack could have led to a complete annihilation of their ranks. Even so, the majority of Franklin's summoned legion perished in the explosion, leaving fewer than 50 ranged skeletons remaining. As the effectively death gaze concluded, Franklin regained his senses, the suffocating fear dissipating. However, at this point, he was already isolated and vulnerable. Even his health had been reduced by nearly 10 million from the skeletal legion's onslaught. Franklin health 11, 980, 00021, 000, 000 inch. Who exactly are you? Franklin glared at Sumubai, the flames in his pupils flickering violently. The earlier sensation that had sent shivers through his soul was undoubtedly the power of death. Yet, the figure before him was clearly human. How could he wield a purer death power than this lick? I am your father. Sumubai snorted coldly, then shook his head. Forget it, I certainly do not have a son as ugly as you. While he spoke, the attacks from the skeletal legion showed no signs of abating. Over a dozen skeletal warriors firmly restrained Franklin, while the rear ranks of skeletal archers and mags unleashed a relentless barrage. Although they could not all target Franklin due to their size, each wave of their attacks still managed to strip away nearly 1 million of his health. Human, how dare you insult the Great Lake? Buzz at Sumubai's words, Franklin erupted in rage, gripping his staff as it returned to him, and a pale blue shield materialized around his body. Ice shield, a shield value 5 million. In relation to his health, a shield value of 5 million was not particularly high, but it could withstand several waves of attacks from the skeletal legion. More importantly, with this shield, he had enough time to cast even more potent spells. HMPH. I care not who you are. Today you shall be buried in the land of forgotten. The flames in Franklin's pupils ignited fiercely, and his aura surged dramatically. Following this, he began to levitate slowly. A terrifying wave of energy erupted from his being, sweeping across the entire land of forgotten. Rumble, just as it had when he first appeared, the land of forgotten trembled once more. Soon, the fragments of the skeletal tide that Sumubai had shattered seemed to be summoned, all soaring into the air. At that moment, the entire land of forgotten transformed into an ocean of bones. Countless bone fragments converged, and dense death energy surged from Franklin, flooding into these bone fragments. Subsequently, beneath Franklin's feet, these fragments coalesced to form a skeletal dragon several dozen meters in length, which reared back and roared. Roar! Carcass, kill this human. The power within him will be our opportunity for recovery. Undead Bone Dragon, Carcass, a mid-tier undead creature. Level 20, injured state, level reduced. Epic Boss, health 80 million, attack power 42,000, physical defense 10,000, magical defense 6,000, elemental resistance, death 30. Skills: Skeleton Cage, Bone Spike Hell, Death Storm. Do not be alarmed, this creature is not a true dragon, but do not underestimate it either. The power of the undead bone dragon is not much different from that of a dragon of the same tier. Undead Bone Dragon, Carcass has appeared. Current exploration degree 90. The system notification chimed at this moment, causing. When Franklin had first appeared, he had wondered why it had only increased exploration degree by 20. He had initially believed that defeating the boss would allow for further enhancement. He never anticipated that there would be a second epic boss. As expected of the trial bestowed by the Lord of East Sea City. The difficulty is truly high. Observing the massive bone dragon diving down, Sumubai couldn't help but reflect, yet his demeanor remained unchanged. Crack, crack, crack. Carcass's claws descended with unparalleled force. However, in the next moment, both he and Franklin were left dumbfounded. Bang! With a tremendous crash, a skeletal warrior beside Sumubai took a step forward, instantly doubling in size. As he swung his massive sword, he forcefully blocked Carcass's strike. Not only that, this skeletal warrior suddenly exerted force, actually sending the massive Carcass flying backward. Heavy strike. -1, 102, 800, a staggering critical damage exceeding 1 million erupted above Carcass's head, sending his body uncontrollably hurtling into the air. What? This is impossible. How can a mere skeleton warrior possess the strength to overpower my Carcass? Franklin was utterly flabbergasted, the soul fire within his skull pulsating erratically. He had never encountered such a phenomenon before. Is there anything else of value? Show me everything, Sumubai said, arms crossed, smiling at Franklin. Meanwhile, the relentless assault of the Skeleton Legion continued, and the opponent's shield value had dwindled to less than half. The skeleton warrior's ability to withstand Carcass was naturally due to Sumubai's enhancements. Death Drain Feedback. Notification. You have consumed all negative energy, enhancing the target skeleton warrior's main attribute by 640. The reason for Sumubai's elation was the impending system notification. Notification: you are being eroded by the negative energy from their cursed crown. Negative energy 10, negative energy 10. A faint stream of negative energy flowed from their accursed crown, merging into Sumubai's body. With each passing second, the stored negative energy from the death drain feedback increased by 10 points. Cursed, eroded by negative energy, wasn't this akin to a mobile power bank? The enhancement effect of a feedback could last for 60 seconds, with a cooldown of only 30 seconds. Normally, Sumubai could only extract negative energy from corpses twice within a minute. Without a boss's corpse, he would scarcely accumulate any negative energy. However, with the accursed crown, everything changed. Now, in 60 seconds, he could automatically restore 600 points of negative energy. This meant Sumubai could sustain 2 skeleton warriors with a permanent enhancement of 600 to their main attributes. At this moment, the skeleton warrior enjoyed a full enhancement. With a strength increase of 640, it had reached a terrifying 184 points. Its attack power even surpassed 150,000, coupled with critical hits, critical damage, and the Death Codex's double damage to undead beings. It struck out 1,000,000 damage in a single blow. Chapter 51, The Flaw in Life Sharing. The enhanced skeleton warrior leaped high, seizing the airborne bone dragon. In the next instant, the massive bone dragon was hurled to the ground by the skeleton warrior, which was smaller than its claw. Bang! The ground was instantly cratered, and the skeleton warrior descended from the sky, using its immense strength to firmly suppress Carcass. Whenever it attempted to soar back into the air, the skeleton warrior would force it back down with a strike. The battlefield had now divided into 2 distinct realms. Crack. On the other side, Franklin watched as the icy shield began to crack. On the verge of shattering. He had no choice but to descend from the air to avoid becoming a living target for the undead legion. Noticing this, Sumubai pointed his withered staff. Burn 2568. The damage from the level 1 burn was trivial, but Sumubai sought not damage, but rather the effect of the accursed crown. Notification: you have inflicted the doom curse on the Forgotten One, Franklin, causing magical damage equal to 800 of your spell power after 5 seconds, with a chance to summon a Doomsday Guardian for 5 seconds. Notification: you have inflicted the blood poison curse on the Forgotten One, Franklin, nullifying the target's life recovery effects for 5 seconds. Damn it, that's my cursed crown. Being cursed by his own equipment was a first for Franklin. After all, although Sumubai had donned the cursed crown, it was still forcibly requisitioned before defeating Franklin. The moment the icy shield shattered, Franklin's staff slammed into the ground. In the next instant, a wave of icy blue energy surged forth, enveloping a radius of 100 meters around him. Icy hell. Notification: you are affected by icy hell, reducing your movement speed by 30. Immediately after, the soul fire in Franklin's eyes flared up once more. A jet of dark energy shot forth from the tip of his staff, striking Sumubai's body in an instant. Death Ray. Minus 960,000. Har har har, you let your guard down. With this death ray, your fragile human body is doomed. Franklin cackled with a hoarse laugh upon seeing his attack succeed, but he was soon left dumbfounded. What? How much health do you have? The human's health bar nearby had not diminished in the slightest. How could this be possible? Sumubai glanced at the shared life health bar. A mere 960,000 damage barely registered a reduction. An epic level boss. Was this all it could muster? Life sharing. You have actually mastered such a rare skill. Franklin recalled something, and Sumubai could clearly see the shock in his flickering soul fire. Ans level skill. Was it truly that astonishing? It seemed even epic-level bosses had not witnessed much in their time. It appears there is nothing more to extract. Shaking his head, Sumubai waved his hand gently. Eliminate him. The Skeleton Legion immediately launched a fierce assault. Sensing the drain of life, Franklin hastily swung his staff, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Though life-sharing was formidable, it was not without its flaws. Death Decay. Enduring the Skeleton Legion's attacks, Franklin finally unleashed his ultimate move after losing several million health. A colossal wave of energy surged, revealing a blood-red rose pattern that enveloped the entire battlefield. Simultaneously, Carcass roared skyward, flapping its skeletal wings. Bone prison, crack, crack, crack. A skeletal prison rose from the ground, sealing the skeleton warrior within. Instantly, a storm of bone spikes surged toward all targets on the battlefield. Bone spike hell, whoosh, 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 boom. In an instant, bone spike hell and death decay erupted simultaneously. -48, 000, -48, 000, -39, 500. -31, 862, -37, 003, -38, 987. Waves of damage erupted from above all the Skeleton Legion. Sumubai's pupils constricted sharply as he realized that his shared life health bar had plummeted by a quarter. To be clear, his current shared life value stood at a staggering 200 million points. In that moment, Sumubai was suddenly awakened. Although life sharing was powerful, it was merely an S-level skill and far from invincible. Should someone unleash a potent AoE skill to obliterate all skeletons at once, he too would meet his demise. Even though the life-sharing health bar had doubled due to the class disaster trait, it was only in relation to the damage he personally endured. When he took damage, the shared life health bar decreased, and the linked Skeleton Legion would only share half the damage. However, when the skeletons took damage, the shared life value would reduce by double. Glancing at the nearly depleted skeleton mage, Sumubai broke out in a cold sweat. Had it not been for the increase in strength, the Skeleton Legion's health would have been doubled compared to before. This time, the combined attack from the two bosses would have annihilated all skeletons except for the Skeleton Warrior. Although the presence of the Skeleton Warrior meant that the two epic-level bosses posed no immediate threat to Sumubai's life, it had sounded an alarm for him. I cannot afford to be this careless in the future. With the thought, Sumubai recalled 20 Skeleton Warriors back to the summoning space. This was the method to counter large-scale AoE attacks. The skeletons in the summoning space could also provide shared life value, but would not be affected by the enemy's AoE attacks. To eliminate the skeletons within the summoning space, one would have to attack Sumubai directly, exhausting his shared life health bar. The 20 Skeleton Warriors could provide him with 30, 480, 000 shared life value, and with one revival, that amounted to 60, 960, 000, more than sufficient to handle the two bosses before him. For now, Sumubai could only use this method to cover the floor of life sharing, and he had resolved to enhance it after exploring the Forgotten Lands. He had already formed a vague plan in his mind. He could not afford the third-tier disaster, but there were still ways to accumulate money. More astonishing than Sumubai was Franklin, who stood not far away. He stared in disbelief at the scene, momentarily at a loss for words. He and Carcass had joined forces, yet they could not even eliminate the summoned skeleton mage. What manner of monster was this human? Meanwhile, the skeleton warrior, leveraging its terrifying strength, broke free from the skeletal prison, once more suppressing Carcass. At the same time, Sumubai's icy gaze turned toward him. That chilling energy descended once again. Death gaze. Roar! In an instant, Carcass let out a terrified roar, its wings flapping frantically as if it had glimpsed some horrifying entity. Notification. You have used a death gaze on the undead bone dragon, Carcass, confirming that your life level exceeds theirs. -32, 000. A greyish-white 8-digit number appeared as Carcass's maximum life value plummeted by 40. 2 curse effects were also affixed to its being. Meanwhile, Franklin found himself in a dire predicament. He was horrified to see that the skeleton warrior directly before him had doubled in size. Death drain feedback. Notification. You have consumed 300 points of negative energy, enhancing the target skeleton warrior's main attribute by 600. This time, neither party had any means of retaliation. Within less than a minute, the exhausted Franklin fell to the ground before Carcass. However, when the system notification rang out, Sumubai frowned. Chapter 52, The Rewards for Single-Handedly Defeating an Epic-Level Boss. Additional chapter. You have destroyed the body of the Forgotten One, Franklin, gaining an additional 70 experience bonus, experience 12, 750, 000. The effects of surpassing level and title stacking will no longer be listed separately. Congratulations to player by Yi for leveling up to level 16, attributes 1, skill points 1, free attribute points 15. Congratulations to player by Yi for leveling up to level 17, attributes 1, skill points 1, free attribute points 15. 2 consecutive beams of golden light flashed, and Sumubai's level skyrocketed to 17. Yet, he frowned, murmuring in confusion, body. The recent notification did not indicate the killing of Franklin but rather the destruction of his body. The experience points, in Sumubai's view, did not align with the difficulty of an epic-level boss. After all, the previously summoned skeletons and shadow knights had granted no experience. Furthermore, the announcement for single-handedly defeating an epic-level boss had not triggered. This meant Franklin had not been completely slain. With his extensive gaming experience, Sumubai quickly deduced that Franklin was a lich, and his soul was likely contained within a phylactery. Only by locating and destroying the phylactery could one truly eliminate a lich. Where could this guy's phylactery be hidden? Sumubai gazed at the seemingly empty corpse, stroking his chin. The final 10 of the exploration degree likely involved finding Franklin's phylactery. Roar! Not far away, the undead bone dragon, Carcass, suddenly roared, interrupting Sumubai's thoughts. His gaze turned cold as he glanced over. It turned out the first enhanced skeleton warrior had returned to its original state. Following that, the system notification rang out. Notification: you have reached the maximum capacity for stored negative energy. Further consumption will allow continued extraction. It seems the first epic-level boss to be single-handedly defeated is none other than you. Observing Carcass suddenly regaining its vigor, Sumubai narrowed his eyes slightly, and with a thought, the second enhanced skeleton warrior charged toward Carcass, once more suppressing it. At the same time, Sumubai activated his skill again. Death Drain Feedback. Notification: you have consumed all negative energy, enhancing the target skeleton warrior's main attribute by 640. This time, the one revitalized was the skeleton warrior. Its eyes surged once more, and the massive sword in its hand swung down ferociously at Carcass. Heavy Strike. Simultaneously, the second skeleton warrior also arrived. Heavy Strike. 2 million damage numbers erupted, and although Carcass felt no pain, it was still subjected to the furious roars of the 2 skeleton warriors' overwhelming strength. Previously, it was no match in a one-on-one confrontation. Now, facing 2, it had utterly lost its capacity to resist. Additionally, given its massive size, Carcass endured not only the assaults from the 2 enhanced skeleton warriors but also from the entire skeleton legion. Of course, it only needed to withstand the attacks from 320 skeletons, as 20 skeleton warriors remained within Sumubai's summoning space. Even so, Carcass was powerless to counter. From an analytical perspective, it did not appear significantly inferior to Franklin, with even a health pool nearly 50% larger. However, in reality, the latter was far more troublesome, as Carcass could only rely on physical output apart from its bone spikes, and its final skill, Death Storm, merely attacked in a different form. Comparatively, Franklin, as a lich, possessed far superior capabilities than Carcass. A minute later, Sumubai once again fixed his gaze upon Carcass, allowing this epic-level boss to perish in fear. You have slain the level 20 epic boss, Undead Bone Dragon, Carcass, gaining an additional 70 experience bonus, experience 25, 000. Congratulations to player by Yi for leveling up to level 18, attributes 1, skill points 1, free attribute points 15. Congratulations to player by Yi for leveling up to level 19, attributes 1, skill points 1, free attribute points 15. A radiant flash of golden light illuminated the surroundings once more, as an ample amount of experience points propelled Sumubai to an impressive level of 19, with a progress of 32. 28, indeed, ascending from 19 to 20 is a minor hurdle. Observing the experience required to attain level 20, Sumubai wore an expression that conveyed his realization. Since level 10, the experience needed for each subsequent level up had merely increased by 1 million, with the transition from 18 to 19 demanding only 9 million experience points. Yet, to reach level 20, the requirement surged dramatically to 20 million. It seems that in this multiverse game, players awakening low-level talents are barely qualified to be cannon fodder. Peering at his experience bar, Sumubai narrowed his eyes slightly. The disparity in levels within the multiverse game would undoubtedly be greater than anticipated. Those players who awaken low-tier talents, lacking exceptional opportunities, would ultimately find themselves relegated to the status of full-time casual players. To keep pace with the mainstream players in terms of leveling speed, one would need at least a C level, if not a B level or higher talent. The multiverse game is even more merciless than the real world. The experience of Carcass was precisely double that of Franklin, confirming Sumubai's conjecture. The remaining half of the experience points and drops could only be obtained by destroying the life box. After allocating his free attribute points, the long-awaited system notification finally chimed. Congratulations, you have become the first player in the Blue Star region to achieve a solo kill of an epic level boss, earning rewards of 100 to primary attributes, 50 skill points, and 50 intermediate soul stones. Notice: an announcement for the Blue Star region is imminent. The difficulty of an epic level boss is a significant leap, and the rewards for achieving the first solo kill far surpass those of a Dark Gold level boss. Whether it be the 100 points to primary attributes or the 50 skill points, both are exceedingly valuable to any player. However, what captured Sumubai's attention the most were the full 50 intermediate soul stones. While he had previously acquired a similar quantity through free means, beginning with intermediate stones made all the difference. Gazing at the intermediate soul stones in his inventory, Sumubai focused his thoughts. Cataclysm. Target: 50 intermediate soul stones. Notice: please select the tier for promotion, first tier, second tier, third tier. Click to view details. Option 1, promote to advanced soul stones, no consumption required. Option 2. Sublimate to soul crystal, consuming 1 million soul coins per stone. Option 3, cataclysm to soul essence, consuming 1,000 years of lifespan per stone. Although Sumubai's gaze lingered on the soul crystal and the soul essence options, his enthusiasm was tempered by practicality. Setting aside the notion of sacrificing 1,000 years of lifespan, he was entirely ignorant of what soul coins even were. With a resigned shake of his head, he opted for the free option. Promote to first tier. You have acquired 50-inch advanced soul stones. Chapter 53. Advanced soul stones. Sumubai had already spent over 10 hours in the Land of Oblivion, significantly longer than his stay in the Novice Village. Now, it was the second day since humanity from Blue Star had entered the multiverse game. The combination of digitization and the thrill of exploring a new world kept most players awake all night, eager to level up and escape the Novice Village. However, they greatly underestimated the difficulty of leveling in the multiverse game. Particularly after reaching level 5, the experience required for progression left everyone astounded. Even the wealthiest and most ambitious players had only managed to reach level 8, still some distance from level 9. They were among the strongest players in Novice Village 9527, aside from Sumubai, yet they would likely need to grind for the better part of a day to escape. Nevertheless, some players experienced a leveling speed that outpaced theirs, having already arrived in their respective cities. Yet, such individuals were destined to be exceedingly rare. This included esteemed players with SSS-level talents, such as San Kai Jingfeng from the Huaxia Empire and Felix from the White Eagle Empire. At this juncture, only a handful of players from Blue Star had managed to enter a city, fewer than a dozen. On average, a city hardly received even one player. These individuals possessed at least SS-level talents. Currently, these top-tier players, the first to emerge from the Novice Village, were exploring their respective cities. They sought to leverage their early advantage to gather more information than ordinary players and to uncover hidden quests within the city. Once outside the Novice Village, the markers for dungeons would no longer appear on the minimap. This meant there were no public dungeons in the multiverse game. First-tier players needed to locate the entrances to dungeons themselves. Of course, those not in the first tier could wait for the coordinates of dungeons to be revealed before attempting to venture forth. However, falling behind even slightly could lead to a cascading disadvantage. If one merely waited for opportunities to present themselves, they would only lag further behind. As these elite players explored the city, a series of system announcements rang out. Blue Star Region announcement. Congratulations to the player Bai Yi from the Shenlong Empire for becoming the first player in the Blue Star region to achieve a solo kill of an epic level boss. This is a formal announcement, and we encourage all players to learn from this achievement to reap abundant rewards. 10 consecutive announcements reverberated through the minds of all players in the Blue Star region, leaving them in a state of shock. Particularly for those top-tier experts who had just entered the city, they began to question their very existence. Whether it was Zankai Qingfeng or Felix, all SSS-level talent holders stood frozen in disbelief. An epic-level boss, how on earth did Bai Yi manage that? Setting aside the strength of such a boss, the more pressing question was where he had found it. They had tried various methods in the novice village but could not even uncover a trace of a Dark Gold level boss. Wait, my friend, we can't even trigger a disaster level dungeon or locate a Dark Gold level boss, yet you have solo killed an epic level boss. This announcement incited an impulse among these SSS level talent players to report the situation. They even began to suspect whether the multiverse game truly had cheats. Wasn't it said that SSS level talent was the most powerful? How could Bai Yi be so far ahead? In contrast to these elite players, those still in the novice village remained remarkably composed. As expected of the esteemed Bai Yi, yet another announcement triggered. I was beginning to feel uneasy not hearing an announcement about Bai Yi for an entire night. This is much more comforting. Will future announcements be monopolized by Bai Yi? You know what, you might be right, it's highly probable. However triggers it doesn't concern me, I'll be gaining experience through forging equipment anyway. I'm planning to become a full-time blacksmith, feel free to message me if you need anything. What? Forging equipment can also grant experience? How was I not aware of this? Not only forging, but as long as one chooses to pursue a full-time crafting profession, successfully creating items will also yield experience, far surpassing the pace of monster grinding. Is that really the case? At this level, let whoever wants to level up do so. I'm not here to serve. In the Shenlong Empire's novice village 9526, the level 8 Zhaoshu and Liu Yang were fervently grinding monsters. Both possessed S-level talents, which had made them quite well known within the novice village. However, their primary goal at present was to hasten their exit from the novice village and ascertain whether Bai Yi was indeed Sumubai. After the system announcement concluded, Zhaoshu felt invigorated, significantly enhancing his efficiency in monster grinding. His mind began to envision the scene of standing atop the multiverse in the future, much like how he had previously claimed Sumubai's family fortune as his own. To them, regardless of whether this Bai Yi was Sumubai, as long as he was a man, he would eventually succumb to Liu Yang's charm, becoming a part of their new endeavor, unless that fellow had no interest in women. In the land of oblivion, Sumubai gazed at the 50 advanced soul stones in his inventory, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Advanced soul stones, special item absorbing, will increase lifespan by 1 year. I'm sorry, but I cannot assist with that. Health 240 million 240 million, Minor 200 million 200 million, Attack power 120, 000, Spell power 100, 000. Physical defense 100, 000, magical defense 80, 000, elemental resistances. Ice 80, depth 70, shadow 60, other 40. Skills: Frost Dragon Breath, Dragon Might, size reduction upon reaching a certain level, additional skills will be automatically comprehended. Frost Dragon Breath, inflicts ice damage equivalent to 500 of spell power within a 5-meter radius around the target every second, accompanied by grievous and burn effects, lasting up to 30 seconds. Attack range is 50 meters, cooldown period is 120 seconds, and it consumes 2,000 mana points per second. Attack range, attack distance are proportional to size. Dragon Might, The overwhelming pressure of a Dragon King instills fear in all beings within a 1,000 meter radius, reducing all attributes of those with a life level lower than that of the Frost Dragon King by 10-50. The lower the life level, the more potent the fear effect. In cases where the level disparity is too great, the effectiveness of Dragon Might will diminish. Size reduction allows for a degree of size reduction, facilitating combat or enabling entry into otherwise inaccessible areas. Is this truly a mythic level creature? Even Sumubai, the prodigious player, was astounded by the newly enhanced attributes of the Frost Dragon. Attack power and other aspects have been elevated tenfold, while health and mana have surged an astonishing 20-fold. Looking at the frost creature with a staggering 240 million health points at level 0, Sumubai couldn't help but chuckle at his previous misconceptions. It became evident how limited his experiences were. He once thought that sharing a health bar of 100 million at level 10 was excessively outrageous. He even worried about potential account bans from the myriad of games. Yet, in retrospect, compared to a mythical being like Frost, he was merely at the beginning of his journey. Sumubai naturally noticed that riding no longer had level restrictions. He turned to Rod and said, "Do not be anxious, continue to immerse yourself in the sensations." As his words fell, Sumubai lightly tapped his toes and leaped onto Frost's back. Little one, let us take a flight around. Chapter 57, The Unyielding Lifebox Master. Hold on tight, Frost exclaimed, as a surge of icy energy coalesced around its back. In an instant, a throne of black and blue ice formed, complete with bone-spiked armrests on either side. You certainly know how to impress, Sumubai remarked, raising an eyebrow as he settled onto the throne. Despite the apparent chill emanating from it, he felt no coldness upon seating himself. Upon hearing the master's praise, a glimmer of joy sparkled in Frost's eyes. Sensing Sumubai's weight, it suddenly flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Flight had always been the dream of many humans. Riding a dragon was an entirely different sensation compared to boarding an aircraft. Through the skeletal gaps of frost, Sumubai gazed at the rapidly passing landscapes below, overwhelmed with awe. He wondered if he would ever have the chance to ride a true divine dragon. Though Frost appeared impressive, it was still incomparable to the majestic divine dragons. During the flight, Sumubai felt a thin layer of shield enveloping him, perfectly isolating him from the winds. No matter how fast Frost flew, he remained oblivious to the pressures of the wind. Unfortunately, the presence of berries in the Forgotten Lands prevented Frost from flying beyond this area. In various novice villages, players were still recovering from the shock of the mount rankings when they were hit with another revelation. Hurry and look, Baiyi's mount has changed. What do you mean by changed? We still in the novice village, and he has swapped mounts already. Am I seeing things? Wasn't he that a legendary frost dragon just now? How did it suddenly transform into a mythical frost dragon king? Could it be that his mount has advanced so swiftly? I seriously suspect that we are not playing the same game as Baiyi. Indeed, if we are playing on Hell difficulty, then Baiyi is practically on a hacked version. What a pity that Hell difficulty and the hacked version are on the same server. For heaven's sake, stop talking. I'm going to grind levels. Don't compare yourself to Baiyi. Think of something cheerful. I just saw our former boss. He is only level 3 and reportedly awakened an F-grade talent. Har har har. That's hilarious. Now that you mention it, I suddenly feel much better. If I can't compare to Baiyi, at least I can surpass those greedy capitalists. Here, their money is useless. Unbeknownst to Sumubai, he was oblivious to the players' reactions, nor would he have cared even if he had known. Especially after witnessing Frost's brand new attribute panel, his horizons had expanded tremendously. After a few minutes of flight, Sumubai quelled his curiosity and instructed Frost to descend. Upon returning to the original spot, Rod was still with his eyes closed, attuned to Franklin's soul essence. Have you not sensed anything yet? Sumubai inquired, frowning at the sight. Nearby, Frost's body flickered with an icy blue glow, shrinking to the size of a palm, and fluttered to Sumubai's shoulder, tilting its head and asking, "Master, what is he doing?" "Help me find a lick's life box." A lick, I can sense it. Where is it? Sumubai's eyes lit up at Frost's words, and Rod opened his eyes, casting a resentful glance at Frost. Goodness, why didn't you mention you could sense it earlier? Sumubai hadn't he expected Frost to possess such a function. He waved his hand, recalling all the skeletal legions back to the summoning space, and soon, under Frost's guidance, they located Franklin's life box. Current exploration level 95. Franklin's life box. Epic grade item durability 1. 000, 0001, 000, 000. This is a life-saving artifact crafted during Franklin S. Prime, containing his soul S flame. As long as the life box remains intact, the lick shall not perish. The licker's life box is the last resort for survival. Typically indestructible, destroying it will result in the complete death of the Forgotten One, Franklin. Goodness, a durability of 1 million, Sumubai exclaimed in astonishment. The durability of this life box was astonishingly high. Legendary-grade equipment typically only has a durability of a mere 1,000 points. After grinding here for so long, his few pieces of legendary equipment had only lost 1 point of durability. How long would it take to destroy something like this? Moreover, the life box was quite small, measuring merely 30 centimeters in length and width, rendering it impossible for the Skeletal Legion to exert its full potential. After some contemplation, Sumubai spoke. Frost, can you destroy this thing? I shall give it a try. Mini Frost nodded, gathering its icy breath before unleashing it upon the life box. Boom! The terrifying chill intertwined with the searing dragon breath, the two opposing forces merging perfectly as they struck Franklin's life box. Yet, this seemingly inconspicuous life box remained utterly unaffected, its durability showing no signs of depletion. I refuse to believe this. A flash of anger crossed Frost's face as its tiny form transformed into a bolt of blue-black lightning, its claws striking toward the life box. Bang! A deep thud echoed, yet the life box remained unscathed. Frost shook its slightly numbed claws, looking up at Sumubai with a face full of grievance. I'm sorry, Master, my level is too low to break it. The first time attempting to strike back had clearly shaken Frost's confidence. As a mythical being, it found itself unable to do anything against an epic-grade licker's life box. Quite the embarrassment. Oh no, a disgrace for a dragon. Is it truly that resilient? Sumubai's brow furrowed as he recalled the dejected Frost, his gaze sharpening. Death Gaze, however, the once infallible Death Gaze, failed to take effect this time. The life box was a closed entity. Although it harbored Franklin's soul flame within, it was merely a box, and thus, Death Gaze could not exert its influence. At that moment, Franklin's raspy voice echoed mockingly from within the life box. Human, give up. With your current strength, you cannot destroy my life box. Franklin's tone brimmed with confidence, even at his peak. Although still an epic-grade being, he had reached level 200. While he was astonished by how Sumubai managed to forge a contract with the Frost Dragon King, this dragon was evidently still in its nascent state and posed no threat to the life box he had painstakingly crafted during his prime. Lord Baiyi, allow me to take a turn. Red suddenly spoke, having been silent since arriving here. It seemed he had made a decision. You, a mere remnant of a soul, what can you possibly do? Franklin's derisive voice resounded, yet Sumubai understood what was about to unfold. This was likely the setup for a narrative climax. No wonder such an indestructible life box existed. As expected, a glimmer of determination flashed in Rod's eyes as he spoke solemnly. You will soon discover what I can accomplish. With those words, a radiance of deep blue erupted from Rod's form. In the next moment, the life box began to tremble violently, and Franklin's terrified voice rang out. Ant, what have you done? I merely awakened the kin you devoured. Franklin, your demise is at hand. Rod's voice was filled with fury, laced with the joy of impending vengeance. As the light intensified, his soul form lost its human shape, morphing into a mass of energy that enveloped the entire life box. Lord Baiyi, the town of Twilight thanks you for all you have done. As Rod's final words faded, the once impregnable life box inexplicably began to open. Inside the life box, a flicker of soul flame trembled as if seeking an opportunity to escape. However, before Frost or Sumubai could react, a faint grey light suddenly illuminated the back of Sumubai's left hand. And, Death's Codex, emerged automatically. What is this? No, Franklin's despairing cry echoed as his soul flame was completely absorbed by Death's Codex. Chapter 58, The Selective Frost, Bonus Update. Notification, you have gained 1,000 soul points. Having slain the level 20 epic boss, Forgotten One, Franklin, you receive an additional 70 experience bonus, experience points 12,750,000. Congratulations to player Baiyi for leveling up to level 20, stats 1, skill points 1, free attribute points 15. Sumubai and Frost had yet to comprehend the situation when Franklin's soul flame was swiftly consumed by Death's codex. It wasn't until the golden light flashed that Sumubai snapped back to reality. He retracted Death's codex and gazed on with a hint of confusion. Was a soul absorb not supposed to absorb the souls of creatures he had slain? How had it absorbed Franklin's soul without any direct confrontation? Moreover, why hadn't he been able to absorb the soul energy from the previous skeletal dragon? Sumubai stroked his chin, still baffled. However, he soon cast the matter aside. His journey across the myriad worlds had only just begun, and he would eventually uncover the answers. What mattered most now was that he could once again delve into Death's codex. Sumubai did not rush to open Death's codex, as the system notification had not yet concluded. You have completed the hidden task Rod's request, gaining experience points 10, 000, 000, gold 1, 000. Notification. Current exploration level 100, you have completed the epic task Sachuji's trial. Please return to East Sea City to claim your rewards. Their Rod's request task could only be considered a prelude, with rewards that were rather simplistic, comprising merely experience points and gold. Regardless of the existence of this task, Franklin had always been a target for Sumubai. Now, with additional gains, it was surely a blessing. However, Rod's remnant soul had completely dissipated in the process of opening the life box. As the system notifications concluded, the experience bar of Sumubai, who had just leveled up, surged significantly to 46. The experience needed to progress from level 20 to level 21 had only increased by 2 million, totaling 22 million. Meanwhile, a portal opened beside him, accompanied by a 10-minute countdown. This was evidently the portal to return to East Sea City. 10 minutes. That should suffice, Sumubai mused, glancing at Frost perched on his shoulder. Previously, he had adjusted the experience distribution so that he alone would receive 100 to reach level 20. Now that he had attained level 20, he pondered how far ahead he was of other players and decided it was time to elevate Frost's level as well. As a mythical being, its growth would undoubtedly become a formidable force, yet, upon seeing the experience required for Frost to level up, he was taken aback. Frost level 0 experience. 010, 000. Experience can also be increased by devouring various materials, with ice-type materials having the best conversion efficiency, followed by death-type materials. 100 times. He vaguely recalled that players only needed 100 experience points to progress from level 0 to level 1. However, considering Frost's terrifying attributes, Sumubai suddenly felt that this 100-fold experience requirement was somewhat modest. Although he had initially intended to distribute experience evenly in the future, it appeared that such a plan was no longer necessary. Sumubai resolved to retain all experience for himself, while Frost would rely on devouring materials to level up. After all, he could easily acquire materials of varying levels, and with ample high-grade materials available, Frost's leveling speed would surely not be sluggish. This way, he would not hinder his own progression, though he had already significantly outpaced other players. Sumubai considered them never to be his rivals. His goal was to level up as swiftly as possible, gaining the strength to secure a foothold in this forbidden land. With this thought, Sumubai retrieved the materials dropped by Reggie. Death's Essence Bone, 10 Soul Residue, 10. Both were dark gold grade materials that Sumubai had yet to exploit. Upon merely glancing at the two types of materials, Frost remarked, "Master, these materials are too low grade, they are of no use to me. Are you being picky?" Sumubai raised an eyebrow. The standards of a mythical being were indeed high, not even considering dark gold grade materials. What about epic grade ones? Sumubai focused his thoughts. Cataclysm. Target, Death's Essence Bone. Notification, please select the promotion tier, Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Click to view details. Sumubai examined the requirements for promotion. Each Death's Essence Bone demanded 10,000 soul coins, which he utterly lacked. Reluctantly, he proceeded to exploit the soul residue as well. You have obtained the epic grade material Bone Dragon Essence 10. You have obtained the epic grade material Large Soul Residue 10. Not stopping there, Sumubai retrieved the 10 Bone Dragon Essences dropped by Carcass. Cataclysm. You have obtained the legendary grade material Giant Dragon Essence 10. Frost, observing this wondrous display, had its eyes wide open, and the soul flame within its eyes flickered wildly. Was this the kind of power its master had used to elevate it before? It was simply astonishing. At these useful, Sumubai gestured toward the pile of materials, and Frost nodded vigorously. Useful, master, are these all for me? Don't worry about it, there will be plenty more in the future. Just as Sumubai's smile formed, Frost reverted to its original size and swiftly consumed all the materials in one gulp. This entire sequence took less than a second. In the next moment, Frost shrank again, resting on Sumubai's shoulder and letting out a satisfied burp. Burp, thank you, master, I will need some time to digest. Wasn't he that a tad too quick? Sumubai twitched the corner of his mouth. All right, take your time to digest. Casting a glance at Frost's rapidly fluctuating experience bar, Sumubai then turned his attention to the location of the life box. After Franklin's soul flame was absorbed by Death's codex, the life box seemed to lose its power and disintegrated. In its place lay a bounty of gold and items. These were the spoils dropped by Franklin. Sumubai's eyes immediately fell upon the pitch-black staff and the corner of an exquisite skill book peeking from the pile of gold. Chapter 59, Abundant Harvest. You have obtained 200 gold. You have obtained 20 level 5 attribute gems. You have obtained 3 level 5 critical strike gems. You have obtained 3 level 5 explosive damage gems. You have obtained the epic grade material Millennium Ice Crystal 10. You have obtained 24 beginner soul stones. Together, Franklin and Carcass had contributed a total of 2,000 gold to Sumubai. However, the gold could only be considered the least valuable of the items they dropped, perhaps due to Franklin being a magic-type boss. The majority of the attribute gems he dropped were mental type. This was somewhat favorable for Sumubai nonetheless. What he cared about most were the subsequent items. After collecting the heaps of gold, 3 items remained on the ground. Aside from the initially observed pitch-black staff and the exquisite skill book, there was also a pair of ice blue trousers. Finally, I can replace the emerald trousers. Sumubai felt a flicker of joy. The trousers he currently wore were still the equipment dropped by minor monsters in the Misty Forest. The rapid leveling had rendered his gear inadequate. He had initially planned to enter the city and purchase a set of gear, but the trial given by Sachuji had not afforded him the time to do so. However, this was not overly detrimental, as low-grade equipment offered minimal enhancement to Sumubai. His significant upgrades came primarily from Hideth's codex and several pieces of epic grade or above equipment. Moreover, in the Myriad Worlds game, equipment above epic grade would increase its base attributes every 5 levels in accordance with the player's level. Therefore, for Sumubai, equipment above epic grade remained the most cost-effective choice. You have obtained the epic grade item, Ice Blue Magical Trousers. You have obtained the epic grade item, Forgotten One Staff. You have obtained the A-grade skill book, Summon Shadow Knight. What a pity that the Death Decay skill did not drop. Sumubai expressed a hint of regret. He was somewhat envious of Franklin's ultimate move.as and AoE skill. It appeared significantly more impressive and effective than the advanced corpse explosion. Nevertheless, he was already quite satisfied with the numerous rewards from this mission. Carcass had contributed a mount and had been white-pedaled twice, resulting in a mythical mount. Franklin was no less impressive, having contributed 3 epic-grade items including the Accursed Crown. After his demise, the equipment requirements for Accursed Crown had also changed, similar to the Necromancer's robe. Even the equipment level had been elevated from 10 to 120 to 10-200. The skill Summon Shadow Knight was also quite beneficial, expanding the range of units Sumubai could summon. This unit was better suited for tanking than the skeletal warriors. Strangely enough, the 2 pieces of equipment dropped by Franklin did not require identification. However, this was not a bad thing, and Sumubai did not dwell on it. Glancing at the requirements and general attributes of the two new items, he focused his thoughts and commenced the process of white-pedaling. Cataclysm. Target: Ice Blue Magical Trousers. Promote to Tier 1. You have obtained the legendary grade item, Frost's Protection. Frost's Protection Pants Cloth Armor Level 10-200 Legendary Grade Item Durability 1-0-0-0-1-0-0-0 Equipment Requirements. Necromancer Class Spirit 300. Base Attributes Satsmiley Level 20 Physical Defense 240 Magical Defense for 40 Health 2 400 Mana 5 600 All Attributes 100 Traits 1. Mental Acuity 10 2. Ice Element Resistance 33. Employing melee tactics will reduce your enemy's movement speed by 30. Skill 1. Frostguard, an active skill that harnesses the power of frost to encase oneself in ice, entering a state of relative invincibility for a brief duration. It can be unleashed instantaneously, lasting up to 10 seconds, with a cooldown period of 10 minutes. Frost Guardian, a reliable ally. Upon observing the opulent attributes of a Frostguard, a flicker of delight crossed Sumubai's eyes. Although this legendary grade equipment bore but a single skill, it was an exceedingly rare invincibility skill. While merely relative invincibility, it could prove to be life-saving in critical moments. According to the information provided by the Multiverse game, there exists no absolute invincibility skill within the Divine Forbidden Lands. The utmost limit of a Frostguard's invincibility is its capacity to perfectly withstand the full force of a level 200 legendary creature's attack. Should the assault exceed this threshold, Frostguard faces the risk of being compromised. The greater the excess, the swifter the breach. However, as Sumubai was only at level 20, this skill would suffice for the time being. He promptly exchanged emerald trousers for a Frostguard and then turned his attention to the Forsaken Staff. This weapon, wielded by liches, would undoubtedly be far more suited to Sumubai than the withered wood staff. Cataclysm. Target: Forsaken Staff. Level up 1 tier. You have acquired the legendary item Lament of the Forsaken. Lament of the Forsaken Staff Level 10-200 Legendary Item Durability 1000 Equipment Requirements Advanced Hidden Class of Necromancer Spirit 500. Base Attributes Satsmiley Level 20 Spell Power The speed of spellcasting is enhanced by 20. 3. Summoning Space 50 Attached Skill Satsmiley The Lament of the Forgotten, an active skill that inflicts 1000 spell power in mixed damage from the elements of frost, death, and shadow within a radius of 100 meters around the target, causing all enemies within the area to forget their skills for the next 5 seconds. Casting time 3 seconds, cooldown 10 minutes. To forget is the most complete liberation. Summoning Space 50. The moment Sumubai's gaze fell upon this attribute, excitement radiated from him. In the myriad realms of the game, addition and subtraction are calculated before percentages. Thus, this single attribute could increase the number of Sumubai's skeletal legion by 1000. With this attribute in play, the importance of other attributes dwindled. Even if this staff offered no other enhancements, Sumubai would resolutely equip it. The only point of note was the equipment requirement for the Lament of the Forgotten. Advanced Hidden Profession. This was yet another novel term, prompting Sumubai to unconsciously stroke his chin. It seemed that hidden professions also had levels. However, he was uncertain about the exact classification. Was a Death Overlord the highest tier hidden profession? When the myriad realms of the game descended, although a wealth of foundational information was provided, many aspects remained for players to discover on their own within the game. Sumubai duly noted this information before adorning himself with the staff that suited him best. As for the withered wood staff, it was destined for retirement. Now, it's your turn. His gaze fell upon the skill book, and a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Sumubai's eyes. The value of advanced skills was evidently greater than that of equipment. Cataclysm. Target: Summon Shadow Knight, Chapter 60, Summon the Headless Knight. Reminder, please select Promotion Tier, Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Click to view details. Just as he was prepared to examine the details, Sumubai suddenly recalled something and promptly stated, Cancel. Almost forgot about that. He opened his attribute panel to check his remaining skill points. It's a pity that Carcass and Franklin did not drop any intermediate skill books. Sumubai pouted, as he had initially expected to glean some skill points from these two bosses. Nevertheless, with the 50 points awarded for the first solo kill of an epic boss, he currently had a total of 62 skill points. That was ample. If allocated to upgrade a Death Drain feedback, it could rise by 6 levels, while a Death Gaze could only ascend by 1 level. Clearly, it was more advantageous to upgrade a Summoned Shadow Knight. After advancing from A tier to S tier, the skill points required for further upgrades would indeed increase. By upgrading first and then promoting, the skill level could be preserved, making it the most optimal choice. Your profession far exceeds the skill learning requirement. You have learned the new skill Summoned Shadow Knight. Sumubai, disinterested in examining the skill details, promptly leveled this skill to its maximum. Similar to summoning skeletons, this summoning skill could only be enhanced to level 9, consuming 18 skill points. Cataclysm. Target: Summoned Shadow Knight. Reminder, please select promotion tier, Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Click to view details. Option 1, promote to S tier skill Summon Headless Knight, no cost. Option 2, sublimate to SS tier skill Summon Abyss Knight, cost 100 million soul coins. Option 3, Cataclysm to SSS tier skill Summon Death Knight, cost 10,000 years of life. Although the allure of the SS tier Abyss Knight and the SSS tier Death Knight was tempting, Sumubai ultimately had to reluctantly make a choice. Promote to Tier 1. This agonizing choice of something visible yet unattainable, where one could only opt for the free option each time, who could truly understand that pain? Your A tier skill Summon Shadow Knight has been promoted to S tier skill Summon Headless Knight. Before he could examine the attributes of his new skill, an unexpected system notification chimed in promptly. Reminder: the Headless Knight is a high-level commander unit. Your summoning space branch has been unlocked. Initial commander space 1. Commander unit, branch unlocked, commander space. A brief notification, yet it contained a wealth of information. Sumubai paused momentarily, then opened his attribute panel to inspect the summoning space section. He noticed that beneath the original summoning space, an additional summoning space had appeared, albeit with differing suffixes. Summoning space 3401-340 normal, summoning space 0. 20 commander, wasn't the initial count 1? Gazing at the newly added commander summoning space, Sumubai was filled with confusion. The ordinary summoning space had increased by 1,000 due to the attribute of the Lament of the Forgotten. But what accounted for the commander space? Death Conjuration. Sumubai immediately recalled the SS skill that accompanied this profession. He promptly began to examine equipment and skills that could augment summoning space. Indeed, as the summoning space branch was unlocked, the descriptions of these equipment and skills had undergone slight alterations. Both summoning space expansion and the Lament of the Forgotten now included the term normal. Only Death Conjuration remained unchanged. Death Conjuration: SS, passive skill, no level, skill effect. The casting time for summoning skills is reduced by 75. The cooldown time for summoning skills is reduced by 75. 3. Summoning creature attributes increased by 100. 4. The summoning capacity has been elevated to tenfold. This is precisely the fourth skill effect of a death summon, which, when combined with Sumubai's class feature of Cataclysm, grants him a staggering total of 20 slots for commanding summons. Truly worthy of an SS skill. Having discerned the reason, Sumubai proceeded to examine the newly acquired skill. The term commander unit inherently suggests a superiority over ordinary units. Summon Headless Knight Satsmiley S, level 905, an active skill that summons a Headless Knight to fight on your behalf. Casting time 5 seconds, cooldown 10 minutes, mana cost 5,000 points. The attributes of the Headless Knight are enhanced by the player's mental attributes. I am keen to discover what distinguishes the commander units. With a raised eyebrow, Sumubai deftly wielded his staff. Summon Headless Knight. A pale grey portal opened beside him. The frost, which was absorbing materials on his shoulder, glanced up momentarily before resuming its meditation. Tap, tap, tap. Point. 2 Headless Knights emerged side by side. Clad in black heavy armor, their armor bore the scars of time and battle. Point. 1 hand grasped the reins tightly, while the other wielded a conical knight's lance. Their skeletal steeds, imposing and powerful, were also armored, with hooves ignited by green flames, their eyes flickering with ghostly light, exuding a chilling aura of death. Despite being called headless knights, they donned metallic helmets upon their necks. It was only when the two headless knights casually removed their helmets and bowed respectfully to Sumubai that he realized beneath the helmets lay only two flickering flames of soul, devoid of skulls. This presence indeed surpasses that of ordinary skeletons. Observing the majestic headless knights, Sumubai nodded in satisfaction. However, he refrained from immediately checking their statistics, instead focusing his thoughts. Cataclysm. Target, Headless Knight. Prompt, do you wish to override the previous effect and promote the skill Summon Shadow Knight? Why could Frost benefit from a second promotion, while the skeletons and headless knights could not? Was it merely because the latter two were summoned through skills, or perhaps, the creatures summoned through skills are not truly alive? Contemplating this, Sumubai felt a vague realization stirring within him. This distinction could be discerned from the panels of the three entities. Frost possessed a life level, whereas the skeletons and headless knights did not. Regardless of their formidable attributes, they were merely summoned beings, much like the headless knights and skeleton legion summoned by Franklin earlier. Their panels always indicated summoned creatures, and defeating them would yield no experience points. Although he had not succeeded in obtaining a free upgrade this time, Sumubai's understanding of the multiverse game had advanced further. How can it be upgraded again? Sumubai suddenly noticed that the skill, Summon Headless Knight, upon promotion, was eligible for additional points. Glancing at the attributes panel of the Headless Knight, he expended 5 skill points to elevate the skill to level 10. Yet, the skill level could still be enhanced. After comparing the changes post-upgrade, Sumubai wore an expression of enlightenment and allocated all remaining skill points to this skill. Remaining skill points, 4 points. Summon Headless Knight, LV17 Chapter 61 Commander Unit, Additional Update. Headless Knight, no aura attributes, Strength, 16556, Constitution, 16556, Agility, 16556, Spirit, 16556, Health, 1655600, Attack Power, 16556, Physical Defense, 33112, Magical Defense, 33,112, Elemental Resistance, Death 20, Shadow 20, Skills, Death Charge LV9, Headless Immunity LV9, Death Charge Satsmiley S, Level 9, charges towards the target at 900 speed, dealing 900 damage to all enemies in its path, while enhancing strength effects by 900 during the charge, making it unstoppable and immune to control effects. Charge distance, 10-200 meters. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Headless Immunity, Satsmiley S, grants immunity to all negative effects targeting the head, such as blindness, dizziness, etc. Legion. Summon Shadow Knights to join the Legion, with a maximum summoning quantity equivalent to 42. 5 of the players commanding summoning capacity, discarding any decimals, with a minimum of 2 summoned. Dominion, Air colon. Defensive Aura Level 17, bestowing a 17 enhancement to the dual defenses of all allied units within a 340-meter radius, with effects that do not stack. Headless, hence immune to dizziness. So this is what it means to command a troop. Sumubai gazed in astonishment at the attributes displayed on the Headless Knight's panel. As a summoned entity, the Headless Knight received a slightly greater enhancement from mental attributes compared to skeletons. Upon reaching level 20, Sumubai experienced an elevation in all of his high-tier equipment, with his mental attribute soaring to an impressive 1533 points. The skeleton offers a bonus of 0.6, whereas the Headless Horseman provides a bonus of 1. For each level the skill is advanced, there is a uniform enhancement of 10 to the attributes of the summoned entities. However, once this skill surpasses level 9, further investment will no longer augment the 4 core attributes or skill level of the Headless Horseman. Instead, it will increase the quantity of a legion and the level of their Dominion aura. With each level gained, the number of summons for the former increases by 2.5, while the defensive enhancement effect for the latter rises by 1. Goodness, it even comes with its own Shadow Knight squad. Sumubai was taken aback. He never anticipated that this skill could stack. He had initially thought that the first summon capable of such stacking would be the Necromancer. Acquiring 160 Shadow Knights for free is quite impressive. Satisfied, Sumubai glanced at. Soon, 20 headless knights lined up before him, and behind them stood an orderly array of 160 Shadow Knights. Although these Shadow Knights possessed only half the attributes of the headless knights and lacked elemental resistance and the two S-class skills, they were compensated by a B-class skill. Shadow Charge: B. Level 9. Charges towards the target with a speed of 300, dealing 300 damage to all enemies in its path, while increasing strength effects by 300 during the charge. Charge distance 10-100 meters, cooldown time of 60 seconds. I wonder how high Summon Headless Knight can be leveled. Observing his knightly legion, Sumubai waved his hand, retracting them all into his commander space. The Shadow Knights coexisted alongside the Headless Knights without occupying space. While summoning the Headless Knights, Sumubai also filled the summoning space once more. With the Accursed Crown as a power bank, he hardly needed to worry about minor issues. 1340 skeletons, 540 skeleton warriors, and 400 archers and mags each. Among them, Sumubai planned to retain 40 skeleton warriors in the summoning space until he resolved the loophole of life sharing. It increasingly resembles the Scourge Legion. Watching the densely packed army before him, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Sumubai's eyes. However, he quickly controlled his emotions, retracting the army back into the summoning space. The entire Forgotten Land was left with only Sumubai and Frost, surrounded by an eerie silence. Sumubai turned to Frost, offering a slight smile. "Little one, you seem to digest quite quickly. I am the Dragon King." Frost proudly raised his head, having already reached level 6 in just a few minutes. "Master, may I also have that Millennium Ice Crystal?" As he spoke, a glimmer of yearning sparked in Frost's eyes. Ice-type materials were his favorite. "Of course, but please wait a moment." Sumubai nodded slightly, directly using a cataclysm to elevate the epic Millennium Ice Crystal to the legendary 10,000-year Ice Crystal. A dense chill immediately radiated forth, and Frost's eyes gleamed like a shark sensing blood, eagerly exclaiming, "Master, I want it." Hearing this, Sumubai couldn't help but shiver, promptly tossing the 10,000-year ice crystal to Frost. The latter eagerly swallowed it in one gulp before closing his eyes once more. With a thought, Sumubai retracted Frost into the mount space and stepped into the portal. "You have returned to East Sea City." A flash of white light, and Sumubai once again set foot on the soil of East Sea City. It was still that same teleportation square, even the coordinates were exactly as they had been when he left. In the vast square, he remained the sole occupant. Sumubai opened his friends list, only to reveal a bitter smile. The position of rich and wealthy remained firmly at Novice Village 9527. Not even this fellow had managed to reach level 10, let alone other players, without players, who would he earn money from? He wondered if he could trade directly with the locals in the Divine Forbidden Land now. Could it be that this guy is incurring penalties for being unable to leave the Novice Village? Reflecting on the resolute contract signed with rich and wealthy, Sumubai couldn't help but chuckle. However, after his visit to the Forgotten Land, he no longer needed to wait for that 500 gold to commence his next plan. Glancing at the 3,160 gold coins resting in his bag, Sumubai waved his hand to summon Frost. The latter promptly restored his form, once again forming the Frost throne upon his back. At this moment, his level had risen to 7. Roar! With a mighty roar, Frost soared into the sky, carrying Sumubai aloft. Chapter 62, The Divine Forbidden Land must also observe social etiquette. Be quiet. Sumubai gently stomped his foot, opening the map of East Sea City to locate the nearest jewelry processing shop. He still had a plethora of gems to be set. In the world of 10,000 realms, gold and dark gold grade equipment could accommodate 1 gem, epic grade could hold 2, legendary grade 3, and mythic grade 4. The undead bone dragon, carcass and the forgotten one, Franklin provided Sumubai with a total of 40 level 5 gems, nearly half of which were spirit attributes, totaling a staggering 18. However, Sumubai did not rush to elevate these gems but instead intended to first assess the situation at the jewelry processing shop. Yet, contrary to his expectations, as soon as Frost took to the skies, they encountered an obstacle. In the distance, a squadron of griffins soared rapidly towards them, riders perched atop, and upon seeing their standard equipment, Sumubai instantly understood he had crossed paths with the city guard of East Sea City. Yet he had committed no offense. Could it be that Sachuji sensed the teleportation fluctuations and specifically dispatched someone to fetch me? Sumubai muttered, signaling Frost to halt. However, he was soon left dumbfounded. The leading captain gestured for silence and sternly commanded, "Are you not aware that flying is prohibited in East Sea City? There's a rule like that." Sumubai frowned, yet obediently guided Frost to descend to the ground. There was no choice. After all, this fellow's level was marked with 3 question marks. Not only was the captain's rank unknown, but even the levels of the 5 accompanying team members eluded Sumubai's view. In the world of 10,000 realms, the ability to probe a target's panel information was solely dependent on strength. If strengths were comparable, one could discern the opponent's panel even with a 20-level difference. Conversely, the greater the disparity in strength, the less information could be gleaned. Before him, he could only see the names of those guards, indicating that East Sea City, as one of the 10 Tier 1 main cities, possessed considerable might. The captain quickly landed alongside Sumubai, dismounted from his griffin, and approached him briskly. However, he failed to notice that as his griffin landed, it immediately bowed its head, trembling uncontrollably. The griffin, still airborne, began to fidget, and the perplexed guards tightened their grips on the reins, attempting to soothe the griffin's agitation. Although these griffins were of high level and formidable overall, they remained suppressed in the presence of Frost. Such was the terrifying nature of a Dragon King's might, yet the gap in strength was indeed significant, and soon the griffins adapted. Though still somewhat fearful, their bodies ceased trembling. Ice Dragon. The captain, taken aback by the sight of Frost beside Sumubai, exhibited a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. However, recalling his duties, he presented Sumubai with a fine. "You are Bai, correct? Given that you are a newcomer, and perhaps unaware of East Sea City's regulations, this time I shall impose only a fine of 100 gold. Should you offend again, it will not be merely a fine." Perhaps due to Frost's presence, the captain added a reminder: "If you wish to fly within East Sea City, you must first obtain a flight certificate." Flight certificates were evidently not something anyone could acquire, but given that this newcomer owned an ice dragon, he naturally qualified. However, the ice dragon's presence in East Sea City still necessitated adherence to local rules. 100 gold, why don't you go rob someone? Sumubai's eyes darted as he accepted the fine, inquiring, "May I ask where Lord Sachuji is currently located?" A newly arrived newcomer would hardly know the name of the city lord. The captain's eyes widened in surprise. He suddenly realized that the newcomer standing before him had already reached level 20. If memory served, the newcomers had only descended yesterday, and this individual's leveling speed was nothing short of astonishing. Moreover, possessing an ice dragon, no wonder he could be connected to the city lord. The captain's mind raced with thoughts. Then, maintaining a calm demeanor, he swiftly retracted the fine and donned a smile. "Little brother, if you know the city lord, why didn't you say so earlier? This is a case of the flood washing away the Dragon King's temple. I am here to complete a trial given by the city lord." Sumubai replied with a slight smile. It seemed that even in the divine Forbidden Land, social niceties remained vital. The captain's expression shifted, and he regarded Sumubai with newfound respect. "I shall escort you to the city lord's residence." With that, the captain summoned his griffin and mounted it. "Little brother, follow closely." "We can fly now." "What do you mean?" "This is a special arrangement. We cannot keep the city lord waiting." Just as the captain prepared to take off, he noticed something amiss with his griffin. "Beast, is this all the courage you have? A mere juvenile dragon frightens you this much?" He awkwardly chuckled at Sumubai. "Little brother, pardon my griffin's behavior." Observing this, Sumubai quickly gestured for Frost to retract his dragon's might, and only then did the griffin take to the skies. Frost followed closely, and the two soon arrived at the city lord's residence in East Sea City. Plans had to be altered. The jewelry processing shop visit would have to be postponed. Nonetheless, this was also one of Su Mubai's intended destinations. "Little brother, this is the City Lord's residence, we shall dismount." Before the captain could finish, a powerful energy enveloped both of them instantaneously. The space distorted mid-air as Tsuchuji emerged, standing in the air, staff in hand. "What brings you here?" Upon spotting Su Mubai, a flicker of surprise crossed Tsuchuji's face. He had sensed the approach of a mythic-level creature, but this presence felt faint, prompting him to investigate personally. He had not anticipated encountering Su Mubai again, yet soon, his gaze fell upon Frost. Dragon King level Ice Dragon. Dragon King. The captain's pupils widened in shock, momentarily forgetting he had yet to greet the City Lord. Tsuchuji then noticed the captain, waving him off. "That will be all, you may return to your duties." The captain promptly mounted his griffin and departed, acutely aware that the ensuing matters were beyond the purview of a mere captain. "Little one, your power exceeds my expectations." Tsuchuji scrutinized Su Mubai closely. In his view, the individual before him should still be in the Forgotten Land. Such rapid progress was not something one could achieve before transitioning to a higher class. "City Lord," Su Mubai began, but was interrupted by Tsuchuji's wave. "Come with me. This is not a suitable place for conversation." With that, he shook his staff, opening a portal and stepping through. "Remember to have that little one shrink down, my reception room cannot withstand his antics." Chapter 63. Class, Advancement, and the Requirements of the Dragon Temple. Upon hearing this, Frost bared his teeth, but remained silent. He could sense the formidable strength of the elder. "Master, you may enter first." Frost's voice resonated as he extended his head outside the portal. Su Mubai nodded slightly and stepped inside. Shortly thereafter, Frost's body shimmered with icy blue light, rapidly shrinking before following Su Mubai through. But the portal closed immediately, and tranquility returned to the sky above the City Lord's residence. Within the reception room of the City Lord's residence, Tsuchuji sat at the main seat, his gaze fixed upon Frost perched on Su Mubai's shoulder. He remained silent, observing intently for 10 minutes. Even Frost's level increased to 8 during this time of digestion. "Old man, have you finished staring?" Eventually, Frost could no longer contain his irritation and retorted at Tsuchuji. Upon hearing this, Su Mubai patted Frost's head and curiously inquired, "City Lord, is there something wrong with Frost?" "No problem." Tsuchuji shook his head, retracting his gaze, and sipped from a cup of tea before leisurely speaking. "Your ability to emerge from the Forgotten Land so swiftly truly astounds me. It seems your class is not merely the Dominator class." Hearing this, Su Mubai's heart tightened. He had always been aware that any interaction with a powerful individual from the Divine Forbidden Land would likely reveal his secrets, yet avoiding such interactions would impede his rapid development. The improvements gained in the Forgotten Land were remarkably significant. Without this task, he would not have reached level 20, let alone acquired advanced equipment, skills, and Frost, this mythic meant. Thus, this posed an unsolvable dilemma. Even if he refrained from entering the city, he could still encounter strong individuals in the wild, such as Huaijian. Despite the tumultuous thoughts racing through his mind, Su Mubai did not allow it to show on his face, instead feigning confusion as he queried, "Is there a distinction within the Dominator class?" Tsuchuji regarded Su Mubai with a meaningful look before shaking his head. "I am uncertain about that. Do not be anxious. I harbor no ill intentions towards you. Since you have completed the trial, I shall naturally answer some of your inquiries." As his words fell, the system notification sounded in Su Mubai's ears. "You have completed the epic quest is Tsuchuji's trial. Oh. Is that all? What about the quest rewards?" The system prompt halted abruptly, and Su Mubai glanced at Tsuchuji.so. "You mean to tell me that the information you promised regarding the Death Dominator amounts to nothing but information? Not even a top-grade piece of equipment or skill, let alone some experience or money?" Su Mubai mentally grumbled while maintaining an expression of earnest attentiveness. There was no choice. The information was something he genuinely desired to know. "Let us begin by discussing classes." Tsuchuji set down his cup and slowly began to expound upon the intricacies of the world of 10,000 realms. Upon hearing his words, Sumubai's understanding of the game and the divine forbidden land deepened considerably. In the world of 10,000 realms, classes are also categorized by tiers. However, unlike the multiple grades of equipment, there are only 4 tiers of classes: 1. Standard class, 2. Hidden class, Advanced hidden class, 3. Unique hidden class, 4. Exclusive hidden class. Sumubai's class, Death Dominator, is the highest tier, the exclusive hidden class. Normally, it should not be possible to transfer to this class at the current stage. Even hidden classes are typically accessible only to players after reaching level 30. Even Sachuji found it perplexing how Sumubai could begin as a Death Dominator. He was, of course, unaware that this class had been obtained through a glitch exploited by Sumubai. City Lord, what do you mean by advancement? Sumubai keenly grasped the information embedded in Sachuji's words and directly voiced his query. Advancement refers to breaking through limits, allowing oneself to align more closely with their class. In reality, even standard classes cannot fully unleash their capabilities unless they break through as low-level newcomers. Level 29 represents a bottleneck. Only through breakthrough can one progress further and maximize their class's potential. And that is what we refer to as advancement. At this juncture, Sachuji paused, gazing at Sumubai before continuing. The power of the Dominator class far exceeds your imagination. Only after advancement will its true strength gradually manifest. What you currently command is merely the surface. Sumubai's gaze sharpened upon hearing this. A threefold attribute boost, threefold growth of free points. This is merely the surface. How formidable will their Death Dominator become after advancement? Little one, do not rejoice too soon. Sachuji regarded Sumubai, taking a sip from his cup. For standard classes, ascending to the second tier is relatively effortless, but you are different. The more powerful the class, the more difficult it becomes to break through. Please advise me, City Lord. Sumubai understood that the forthcoming information was of paramount importance. Advice is perhaps too grand a term. Sachuji waved his hand. I do indeed possess some knowledge regarding the Death Dominator. As he said this, he glanced at Frost resting on Sumubai's shoulder, chuckling. Before you transcend the limits of the divine forbidden land, I believe advancement will pose no challenge for you. What I wish to discuss is how to advance as a Death Dominator. Sumubai grew increasingly attentive, his focus unwavering as he awaited further elaboration. To advance as a Death Dominator, one must experience a considerable amount of death. Experience a considerable amount of death. Sumubai blinked in surprise. Is this a prompt for him to die more often? Sachuji, perceiving his confusion, shook his head. It is not about you dying, but rather about you killing a substantial number of people, and they must be human. Monsters generated by the world of 10,000 realms, which can respawn after death, will provide no assistance towards your advancement. As soon as these words were spoken, a sudden chill enveloped the reception room. Sachuji regarded Sumubai earnestly, articulating each word. I hope you can comply with an important request. Please, City Lord. This is a request made by the Elder of the Dragon Temple. Sachuji explained, the purpose of the Dragon Temple's existence is to safeguard the entire Dragon Empire. He then raised his gaze, as if peering through the ceiling. In the near future, the divine forbidden land is destined to erupt into a great war. Only through unity will the human race earn the right to step into the world of 10,000 realms. At this point, Sachuji returned his gaze to Sumubai. The Dragon Temple wishes for you to advance in another nation. Given that Sachuji could make such a request, it was clear how many lives the advancement of a Death Dominator would entail. While Sumubai understood this, he was already at level 20 and on the verge of undergoing his first advancement. If he agreed to this request, how could he possibly advance himself? Furthermore, the national borders had yet to be opened. Sachuji discerned Sumubai's predicament and gently waved his palm, condensing a figure from rich elemental power in front of them. This individual possesses a treasure that allows crossing national borders. What you need to do is locate him, although even the Dragon Temple is unaware of his whereabouts. As he spoke, Sachuji produced a letter and a piece of parchment from his palm. Once you find him, present this letter, and he will naturally agree to provide you with that treasure. Of course, he will likely ask you to assist him in finding certain items. In exchange, you will receive this parchment. It contains clues regarding a set of equipment for the Death Dominator class. Placing the letter and parchment on the table, Sachuji regarded Sumubai with a serious demeanor. Bai Yi, will you sign a contract with the Dragon Temple? You may contemplate this. While the world of 10,000 realms still imposes certain restrictions upon us, should you sign the contract, the Dragon Temple will be free to act against you in the event of a breach. It was a choice between rapidly advancing within the Dragon Empire but incurring the ire of the Dragon Temple, or complying with Sachuji's request to cultivate a favorable relationship with the Dragon Temple and obtain clues regarding class equipment. In reality, agreeing was the most prudent choice. However, what troubled Sumubai was how to locate this individual, as the Dragon Temple offered no leads. If he failed to find him, would he be eternally unable to advance? Sumubai furrowed his brows, glancing at the figure, and his expression suddenly shifted. The only remaining issue was no longer a concern. As a citizen of the Dragon Empire, is there any need for deliberation? I sign. Chapter 64, The East Sea Token, A New Home, Additional Update. Are you truly not considering it? Sachuji observed Sumubai in astonishment. He was acutely aware that this request was not a simple matter for newcomers. That individual's whereabouts were elusive and frequently unknown, even to him. No need for consideration. I happen to wish to visit the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Sumubai smiled slightly, his gaze resolute. Wasn't this figure Huaijian? He was still waiting for Sumubai to collect 1,000 ancient gold coins for him, and they even had contact details. Was there any need to search? This also provided a perfect opportunity to unlock that treasure chest. Har har har, splendid. Sachuji had anticipated Sumubai's swift agreement and laughed heartily. I did not misjudge you. As he spoke, a contract from the world of 10,000 realms appeared before Sumubai. He examined its contents and promptly signed his name. Notification: you have signed a contract with the Dragon Temple. Moving forward, you may only advance in other nations. Should you breach this contract, the Dragon Temple will pursue you. This contract will become void should the Dragon Empire unify the Divine Forbidden Land. Do not worry, we will also assist you in locating Huaijian and inform you at the earliest opportunity. After signing the contract, Sachuji's mood lifted, and he clapped Sumubai on the shoulder. Notification: Sachuji has added you as a friend. Once you reach Tier 3, I will recommend you for membership in the Dragon Temple. Thank you, City Lord. Sumubai expressed his gratitude as he stowed away the letter and parchment. You have made a concession for the Dragon Empire, and we old folks certainly cannot let you down. Sachuji raised his cup and drained it, casually tossing a token to Sumubai, smiling, take this. With it, you will move freely in East Sea City. East Sea Token 007, Special Item, a token personally crafted by City Lord Sachuji. Its quantity is extremely limited. Possessing it makes you the owner of East Sea City Courtyard 007. Exclusive to Bai Yi. Accepting the unassuming East Sea Token, Sumubai expressed his gratitude once more. He wondered what this token would become after promotion. However, he had no intention of upgrading it. It was a symbol of identity, typically bestowed by those in power, and the possessor would surely have information recorded. Upgrading the East Sea Token held no advantages for him at present. Having acquired a courtyard for free came as a pleasant surprise to Sumubai. In the world of 10,000 realms, players could not simply log out. They needed to find a place to rest at night. The most economical option was to purchase a tent for survival in the wild, but that was fraught with danger. For safety, players had to remain in the city while resting, which required money to buy a house or rent a room. Thus, ordinary players could not afford to be idle in the world of 10,000 realms. Unless they became full-time lifestyle players, they would have to venture out daily to grind monsters. With the 007 courtyard, Sumubai now had a foothold in East Sea City. The courtyard gifted by the City Lord was evidently no small favor. However, Sumubai was more curious about the extent of Sachuji's promise of unrestricted movement. Stowing away the token, Sumubai tentatively inquired, with this, am I free to fly in East Sea City? Not only can you fly, but you could even kill within the city without issue. Really? Sumubai's eyes brightened at these words. Tsuchuji nearly choked, cough, cough, but do not kill too many. Rest assured, I'll only deal with a few enemies. Sumubai narrowed his eyes. If he could kill within the city, then Jiaoshu and Liu Ruyan would have nowhere to hide. That is acceptable. Tsuchuji sighed in relief, slowly rising to his feet and raising his staff, two portals opening simultaneously. I must visit the headquarters of the Dragon Temple. You should go check out your new home. As his words fell, Tsuchuji stepped into one of the portals, vanishing from sight. Sumubai cast an envious glance before entering the other portal. I wonder if I could learn how to travel wherever I please. Crossing through the portal, Sumubai emerged outside a sprawling courtyard. The courtyard was vast, surrounded by tall, sturdy walls. At its entrance stood a grand metallic gate adorned with mysterious patterns. Flanking the gate were two guards wielding long spears. Sumubai's sudden appearance naturally drew the attention of the guards. Clang! The two spears crossed, blocking Sumubai's path. This is a private courtyard, entry is prohibited. The city lord is quite generous. Sumubai surveyed his new home with satisfaction, tossing their East Sea token to the guards. This courtyard was far larger than the villa he had in Blue Star. So it is Lord Bai Yi. The guard accepted the token, his eyes flashing with astonishment, and immediately returned it to Sumubai with utmost respect. Meanwhile, the other guard produced a deed and handed it over. Lord Bai Yi, this will be your private domain from now on. Feel free to notify us if you encounter any issues. You have obtained Deed 007. Watching the two guards depart, Sumubai finally pushed open the gate and stepped into the courtyard. With the deed in hand, he could come and go at will, while others would need his consent. Would you like to rename the courtyard? As soon as he entered, the system notification chimed in Sumubai's ears. After some contemplation, he declared, Bai Yi Courtyard. I'm terrible at naming, feel free to suggest names, and the most liked one will be adopted. Honored Master of Bai Yi Courtyard, welcome home. Would you like to designate Bai Yi Courtyard as your teleportation and resurrection point in East Sea City? Designate. After completing these tasks, Sumubai made his way to the pavilion within the courtyard, his hand glowing faintly as a death's tome materialized. Franklin had directly granted him 1,000 soul points. Time to flip through the pages again. Chapter 65, a new SSS skill. This time, as Sumubai opened Death's Tome, he distinctly felt resistance. As the 1,000 soul points rapidly diminished, the resistance grew weaker, until his soul points reached 0. Sumubai suddenly felt a lightness in his hand. Winking sad smiley. Death's Tome had been opened for the second time. Once again, ancient and mysterious inscriptions filled the pages, all incomprehensible to Sumubai. That chilling power of death surged forth once more, and the inscriptions flowed into Sumubai's mind as an information stream. After a long while, Death's Tome closed, transforming into a mark that appeared on Sumubai's hand. An epiphany struck him as new information flooded his mind, bringing a smile to his face. Simultaneously, the system notification rang in his ears. You have learned a new skill, Death Domain Jump. Death Domain Jump, sad smiley SSS, Level 1, 050, active skill, traverse the domain of death, moving at will. Skill effects, 1. Utilize the dead zone as a springboard to instantaneously leap to the designated location, while simultaneously purging all negative effects from oneself. 2. Upon transition, shielded by the power of death, one becomes immune to all damage and negative effects for a duration of 3 seconds. 3. Activate the Death Veil at 2 designated coordinates, allowing you and your chosen allies to traverse freely between them, while non-designated units are unable to interact with the Death Veil, as any attacks will pass through it unimpeded. The dimensions and positioning of the Death Veil can be altered according to your thoughts. During its existence, allies who traverse the Death Veil shall not perish. Even with their lives reduced to 0, they can continue to fight. The release is instantaneous. The cooldown for the Leap of Death is 15 seconds, consuming 1 of the maximum mana, with a casting range of 200 meters. The cooldown for the Death Veil is 120 seconds, consuming 1 of the maximum mana per second, and can last up to 30 seconds, with a casting range of 500 meters. Wherever your thoughts direct, the Legion shall arrive in an instant. This is yet another SSS grade skill, and it is precisely the type of mobility skill that Sumubai currently lacks. Upon his job change, he had only awakened an A grade skill and an S grade skill. After the Book of Death was upgraded to Holy Tome of Death, he astonishingly learned 2 SSS grade skills in succession. The magnitude of this enhancement left even Sumubai astounded. Reflecting on the words of Sai 2G, he speculated that it might be related to his advancement. A-grade and S-grade skills evidently do not align with the prestige of their Death Sovereign class. With a 15-second cooldown on their Death Domain leap, his agility would be significantly amplified. Furthermore, following the leap, he would enjoy a 3-second invincibility effect, an invulnerability that is undoubtedly superior to Frost Armor. As for the Death Veil, it would greatly enhance the maneuverability of his undead legion. However, this skill requires further study to master its optimal usage. The SSS grade skills have already reached the limits of divine prohibition, rendering further upgrades impossible for the time being. After meticulously examining the skills, Sumubai slowly rose to his feet. And the next moment, his figure vanished from its original position, reappearing before a gate over 100 meters away. Simultaneously, a palm-sized light grey veil unfurled from Sumubai's shoulder, descending in an instant. While still digesting the materials, Frost felt a sudden heaviness, and he began to plummet freely. Opening his eyes wide, he realized he was now suspended in midair. After passing through the death veil, a faint greyish aura of death enveloped his body. This was the energy that allowed him to sustain life even when reduced to zero. Perplexed, Frost quickly flapped his wings, instinctively returning to his original size. A colossal frost dragon, measuring nearly 5 meters in length, materialized above the Bai courtyard. Master! Frost gazed at Sumubai from a distance of 500 meters, his expression tinged with confusion. He understood that his current state was undoubtedly orchestrated by his master. Do not be alarmed, accompany me in testing a skill. Sumubai's voice resonated directly within his mind. Before he could respond, Frost suddenly sensed the environment shift again. He observed as the previously palm-sized light grey veil expanded dramatically, sweeping past his form in an instant. Concurrently, the death veil manifested before the pavilion, and Frost's figure was likewise transported. Is this the master's ability? Manipulating space? Frost looked up at the heights he had just occupied, feeling an overwhelming shock. Following this, the flame of his soul within his pupils flickered vigorously. The death veil suddenly expanded several-fold, almost instantaneously sweeping across the small courtyard in front of the pavilion. The undead legion materialized at once, with 20 headless knights wielding conical lances positioned at the forefront, behind which stood 160 shadow knights, 500 skeleton warriors, 400 skeleton archers, and 400 skeleton mags, all arranged in perfect order. This skill surpasses my expectations. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Sumubai's eyes. He had merely attempted to connect a death veil to his summoning space, and to his astonishment, it had indeed worked. As the numbers of his undead legion increased, the time required to summon them all from the summoning space had also lengthened. Now, with the death veil, as long as Sumubai wished, he could instantaneously deploy the undead legion to any location within 500 meters. As the skill level increased, this distance would only extend further. There is also the potential for advancement. Sumubai recalled Sai 2G's words. Only after advancement would the true power of their Death Sovereign class gradually reveal itself. However, advancement would require some time, and the immediate priority was to familiarize himself with their Death Domain Leap skill. Subsequently, Frost witnessed a series of demonstrations. The death veil shifted direction and size at Sumubai's will. The undead legion could either actively traverse or passively relocate, continuously appearing and disappearing within the Bai courtyard. Sumubai gradually mastered the utilization of the death veil. With a mere thought, his figure vanished from before the gate. Death Domain Leap. Frost glanced at his master, who had suddenly seated himself within the pavilion, and promptly minimized his size. 29, 30. As Sumubai silently concluded his count, he gently waved his hand, and the light grey veil swept across the courtyard once more, retracting the entire undead legion back into the summoning space in an instant. In truth, the gesture of waving was entirely unnecessary. The death veil operated in accordance with Sumubai's thoughts. He merely wished to perform an action. Master, you are truly remarkable. Frost flitted eagerly to the table, showering Sumubai with compliments while wagging his tail incessantly, resembling a joyful lapdog. Let us refrain from such antics for now. Don't embarrass me in public. Sumubai rubbed his forehead. How could the proud Frost Dragon King behave in such a manner? Rest assured, I understand. Frost nodded, feigning an air of comprehension. It was then that Sumubai noticed the experience bar of this creature had ceased its fluctuations. Have you completed digesting the materials? Yes, Master, with my current strength, I am certain I can be of assistance to you. Frost grinned widely, exuding confidence. Oh. Let me see how much your strength has improved. Sumubai raised an eyebrow and opened Frost's attribute panel. In the next moment, he was left dumbfounded. Mythical creatures exhibit such exaggerated attribute growth?